Hi, hey, hello, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 12:45 in the afternoon on 4/27 25. That's Sunday, April 27th, 2025. It's 12:45 in the afternoon. Got a long day to run today. And hello, I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. I'm here to play some video games and stuff as per usual. And I'm here to play some Oblivion, some Eve, and some FFXI. Everything's coming up, Skycat. Everything's going great. I hope you guys are having fun on your various different games and stuff. I thought I would get a good recording here today. Yeah, we're going to be playing some games and stuff. And yeah, I'm going to drop it off the big face and go back to what I was doing and unmute it. I love you guys. Thank you so much for paying attention. I just wanted to start this video, get the recording on the channel and everything. We are heading off to do some hauling on Eve, and I don't know what I'm going to do on FFXI. I'm just checking D boxes and such. And on Oblivion, we are playing it. That's all we are doing. Blah, blah, blah. I like this keyboard that I have. It's a lot cheaper and it's better.
Approaching Stargate.
I guess I'll load Mortal as well. Oh, I can get the launcher to pin to the thing. So if I say confirm, will you let me play the game? Wow. I wonder... Wait, I can play Mortal on Steam at the same time. No, you're going to bounce me, right? You're going to bounce me. You're going to be like, no, you don't have privs to do this.
Autopilot jumping.
Dining hall. Ooh. There we go. What's in the box? Ooh, bone meal. Is it stealing? No.
Go ahead, please. There's much I can show you. Goodbye.
I'm learning a little trick. If you pin to taskbar your launchers and your lossless and such, you don't set off the timer. Like, it doesn't think that I'm playing EVE Online right now. Now, I'm not getting the hours, but it doesn't matter.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Well, here's
You know, I like this game, but I think Starfield is a better game. As sad as that is, I do think Starfield is a much better game. It's weird.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm gonna go place her at the Goldsmith Guild, and I'm gonna have her farm silver because it's like free money. I should have been doing this day one. You don't have the proper... The advisor is to 1. It's that Mortal is running. Yeah, it is that Mortal's running. It might be this expensive scene. I like her perky little breast bounce when you come in. I've always thought that was a cute little touch. She like perks her breasts when you come in. I don't know why, just once. She only does it once, but she like kind of perks her, she like kind of jiggles for her breast physics. I actually really like that. She's so perky. She like perks up when you come in. And it's like, ah. Boobies.
Autopilot jumping.
Ugh. What the hell was that? Oh, it was the jump? Yeah, it was the jump. What? Whoa, stop, 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 stop. What are we doing? You are holding my right key. Why? Stop. Ugh. Something about logging in, I think. Yeah, running this game off of my D drive is not going so well, yeah. Maybe I should just let it sit for a second. Yeah, you don't like this, huh? You're like really struggling to stream? Ugh. Maybe I should have this on my C drive. Ooh, yeah, it's not doing so well. Just log out. That's stupid. I'm gonna start skipping that one too. It's not worth doing. Like every single time I either die or waste too much time or whatever. You can't get your bonus like if you don't do that stupid mission. But I'm learning not to stop at the Edencom things and just to try and tank your way through. It's safer and faster. It's not safer. It's definitely less safe, but it's faster. It's way, way, way faster.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, I am parking her at the Goldsmith Guild. Has she made all of her sales? Because those scrolls do actually pay. Why isn't that selling? That's weird. 200. It's not even worth it. The scrolls were paying more. Maybe I should go to the magic shop, or sorry, the bard shop actually. That might even be better. Let's look at songs real quick. Ooh, 4,000 for Horde Lullaby, 1,000, 2,000, 6,000.
Approaching Stargate.
Knight's Mine, Sword Madrigal. That's actually the best, I think. We'll just go do one of each scroll and we'll sell all of them. See if that isn't a really good source of money, because I think it is. The game settings are still too high, and the FPS is fucking abysmal. It's weird. Inside, it's fine. Oh, I forgot to do something. Damn it, I have to go back out. Eventually, I'll be so rich I can just run over to the alchemy dealer. I don't know, these frames. 50. Frames are like 50 for some reason. This game really is like a fucking chonker for no reason. Uncapped, show VRAM, FOV first person. You're in Ultra, but the settings really don't do so well in that. The Lumen hardware, all of it. I want it off. Yeah, I want this to be high. I want the overall settings in medium. There's the fucking frames that I want. The game looks way crappier. Maybe I can tell it to bump like 2 things and leave the rest medium, because it really doesn't seem to be dealing with this game well. Like GeForce Now can't even play this game that well. It is not fucking optimized.
Approaching Stargate.
Things we can bounce without too much. Like, I want the post-processing up, the texture up, the global illumin up, foliage up, and effects up. The view distance doesn't matter, we can keep that low. Shadows don't matter, we can keep that low. Reflections don't matter, keep that low. Hair quality and clock can stay at medium. Lumen hardware RT is off. Apply changes. That's better. Yeah, this is how. There's the frames that I want from GeForce Now. It's like they built this game. It's weird because something that I find that the industry is doing now is they're kind of being deceptive about their graphics settings and just letting that be. It's just letting that be a mystery. It used to be, I felt like people kind of knew what PC settings were and could actually do them well. Now I think some people don't even know what the concepts mean, like lumen hair and stuff like this. I'm not sure they even really know. I know, but I don't think they know. And it's weird because it's like so you get in and you think, oh, I've got this $4,000 PC. I should be able to run an Ultra on GeForce Now, which is like GeForce is now streaming on their shit without a computer, just a fucking dedicated server. And like, you know, and at that point you're like, okay, I should be able to lossless the GeForce Now Oblivion experience in Ultra and get a nice 120 solid frames of perfect Ultra settings. No, you'll be able to do that in 5 years on a 6090. You won't be able to do that right now on a 4060 Ti or even on a 5090 Ti. Now, they don't warn this about you in the menu, and they should, because it's extremely deceptive. Enough where I would say this should have maybe killed their industry. I view it as them stealing from children, kind of. They should warn you about this, that you, when you select quality level custom to ultra, you go from like, you know, medium to ultra, there should be this big red warning that's like, yeah, we expect these settings to run in max frames in about 5 years when the tech catches up. Sorry, the music's so loud, it's like combating with me. Stop it. Stop competing with me. Stop competing with me. You're so annoying. Sorry, it's like I have to talk over the fucking music. It's so annoying. It's so like, yeah, this is like medium settings on a $4,000 like gaming PC. It's $4,000 now. I mean, it's not $4,000 now. It's like $2,900. It's like $2,900. It's a $2,200 Alienware R11 Aurora from late 2020 that's got upgraded RAM, 64 gigs of SSDR, or whatever the fuck it's called, and a nice 4.7 gigahertz Intel Intel CPU processor that's really fast, 64 gigs of RAM, and a 4060 Ti that was $440. But I mean, when it came out, it was $2,400.
Yes.
You know, I'm dead serious too. That card, when it first came out, it was like 2,400, something like that. Now it's $450 on a Black Friday, but I mean, it's still a really good fucking card, you know. And so you come in expecting for it to at least give you 120 frames in medium, but no, it can't even get like 70. And the reason that they do this, I'm not actually that against. They want you to have a really good experience in 5 years on Ultra. But I mean, that's still deceptive to put Ultra in the menu and allow you to change it without some crazy warning about how, yeah, you should expect to lose 100 frames if you do this. There's no warning, there's nothing. They don't warn you. Sometimes people don't even know you can pull up an FPS meter to see how bad it fucks you from 120 down to 30 or something like that. So PC gaming is a master race thing, and it takes a lot of education and knowledge to do. But there's some stuff that the developers do that's actually full-blown avarice, that full-blown really does like harm the masses on a level that makes me want to fucking cancel them, kind of. Like, this shit, they should warn you, like, yeah, you know, right in the menu there should be this large warning in red where the developer laughs with you and says, ha, you think you can run these settings? No, try that in 5 years. That's what it should say on the fucking menu. It should be like, understand, these are settings that will run well in 2029, but if it's 2025, you can't get this game to run in Ultra. It doesn't matter how much money you spend. It doesn't matter if you buy a 5090 Ti. It doesn't matter what you do. You can't get 120 frames on some of these games in Ultra. And the good gamers who have money, they like, not good gamers who have money, but I mean like the gamers who have good rigs. Excuse me, you're not a good gamer if you spend money, but the gamers who have real rigs, it doesn't matter how much money they dump, 4,000, 5,000, 10,000. It doesn't matter how much you dump into it. These games, when they first come out, if they're brand new and they're competitive and shit, especially the MMOs are the worst ones. You can't play it. You can't play it on Beyond Mediums. Now, all my life, I have banged my head against this like an idiot. I'll tell you right now, I still bang my head on it. I spent the first like 15 minutes of this stream just fucking banging my head against it, and I know every other PC Master Race gamer does this too. We bang our head against it, being like, can I get higher hair quality? Can I get post-processing? Can I get ultra foliage and all this other stuff and still get 120 frames in 1920 by 1080 and 120 FPS on my 120-inch television screen that I paid like a total of like $4,800 for, you know, between the computer, the monitor, the cords, and all that stuff. It's like $4,800. I want some kind of return on my investment. Can I at least get 120 frames per second in medium settings on a game that just released? And the answer is yes, but only medium settings. And if you don't know this, you've got like a psychological like block that you built for yourself where you're like blaming the goddamn company. But no, they're just trying to future-proof their software so that in 5 years you're extremely happy with how good the game looks still. Now, they don't explain this to you. They could, and trust me, PC Master Race would be like, oh, you make the settings too high at launch? We didn't really know. You never tell us. You never warn us not to do it and not to do anything but medium. They've never once, I think, ever warned us to not try Ultra. I think they think that's funny. If we try to do Ultra, we go out and we buy a $4,000 video card. Those are the guys that sit across the table from them at their cigar bars. These piece of shit software developer fucking scam artists, junk artists, piece of shit cocksucker thieves. They sit across from the cigar bar at the fucking from the Nvidia guy who slings hardware cards to us. That's the guy that their kids play with each other. Trust me, that's the incestuous guy. The kids play with each other on the weekends. They all go to the same fucking office on Monday mornings and stuff. Not the same office, but they all look at the same stock prices and the same tickers and the same fucking corporate shit that everybody else looks at. And trust me, Nvidia sits across the fucking table at the cigar bar from Bethesda. That's who they hang out with. That's their best friend, the hardware dealers. Trust me, they're all out to fuck kids out of their fucking money. And they sit across from these people at the cigar bar and they talk to each other about medium standards and benchmarks and stuff like this. Trust me. And so they act like you can come in and play on ultra settings. You can't. You can't play any modern game, not for 5 fucking years. It doesn't matter what it is. There's not been one in fucking history where it's ever been okay. There's never been a game where they're like, oh my god, the optimization is so good. It runs at 240 frames in ultra settings the day it was released. We've never had a game that does that. We've never even had a game that comes close to that, except we act like that's a reality. It's not a fucking reality. It's not. It's more like you spent $4,800 on a brand new, well, not brand new, but in the last 5 years, you spent $5,000 on a Master Race PC, and you pay a yearly to GeForce Now, so your frames aren't slowed down, your latency isn't affected, and so not only are you not even running the game on your own rig, you're also streaming that to you're like streaming that to your rig, which is a nice 5090 Ti, and you still can't figure out why Oblivion can't get 120 frames per second in Ultra. You spent $5,000 just like me. I don't know either, and I'm angry at them about it, but I mean, when you truly understand why they do what they do, which is so that in 5 years, this game runs smoking hot, perfectly good in 5 years. And so it doesn't matter if they're releasing any good games in 5 years, Oblivion Remaster still runs perfectly in ultra settings and 120 frames per second with no problem, smoking hot. You know, graphics are beautiful. Looks better than Mortal 2 or Rust or something like that when you really get it boiled to ultra and really get it to like the best that the engine can possibly provide with like full-blown hardware ray tracing, like Cyberpunk, right? So I consider Cyberpunk to be the greatest step of pretty much of all time. And I don't like CDPR. I really do. I think it's the greatest theft of all goddamn time. I really do. But one of the reasons that I calmed down on that fucking bent and stopped calling them thieves is yeah, 5 years later, Cyberpunk does run like the best goddamn client in the entire industry. But I mean, that still doesn't change the fact that you guys fucked us in our fucking asses the day that the game launched. And so we hate you. It's why we say fuck the industry, fuck the developers. We don't care if your company goes tits up. We don't care if Bethesda dies, because we know that we just spent $5,000 on a new rig, and yet you can't give us 120 frames per second on GeForce Now, no less. And yeah, we consider you guys thieves. We really do. The entire industry really does. Pretty much the entire industry, from the gamers to the developers themselves. We all know that you guys are fucking thieves. You fuck children out of goddamn money. You tell them that they can run in ultra settings and get a reasonable frame rate. No, they can't. No, they can't. No, they can't. On a $10,000 computer. No, they can't. They cannot run Oblivion in 120 frames solid with ultra full hardware ray tracing. No, they can't. They can't do Cyberpunk either. They can't do it still. Like Mutahar talks about this sometimes, about like how he's got to have like a $10,000 rig running AI upscaling with lossless and stuff to get fucking Cyberpunk to do 120 to 240 frames on an ultra wide monitor and get the ultimate fucking video game experience that his rich ass deserves, because he spent $10,000 or $12,000 on his rig. You know, he's rich. He can blow $12,000. It's like when you buy a $300,000 Lamborghini. Well, that's one of the fucking things that's nice about being Trump rich, is you can go out and buy a McLaren or something like that, right? So Mutahar goes out with his streamer money and he blows $12,000 on a goddamn rig, and then he marvels at how Oblivion Remaster won't even run at 120 frames, much less 240, which is what the fucking, the refresh is on his $5,000 monitor. Now, he has a right to get angry about them, but we don't call them thieves to their goddamn face, because then they might not let us play their games or whatever. They might not trust us when we talk about their games or stuff like that. So we don't ever go directly attack them about this, and it's not a scam, but it is kind of. You think, oh, I just blew $10,000 on a brand new Alienware R15 from this month, and I got the 5090 Ti, and I'm looking to play Oblivion at 240 frames on my nice ultra wide, huge, 70-inch fucking, curved screen monitor and shit, because I've got some money, and my one true joy in life is pussy, money, weed, and video games. So those are the things that I spend money on, right? Or whatever. I mean, I don't spend money on pussy or whatever. I'm talking about like money or weed or whatever, or video games, like material things. Like, women are not material things. They've never been an object. You don't spend money on women. You try to be in their company or something, right? It's really not like that. I didn't mean to say that like as sexist as it sounded. I'm talking about the materialism of buying a $10,000 gaming rig and still not getting 120 frames per second, and I'm fucking heated, and I'm fucking pissed at the goddamn industry for doing that to me. It's unfair. You could put a simple little warning into the fucking pause screen where they're like, your idiot ass might assume that because there's an ultra settings here that you could do that, but no, us as a developer are here to laugh at you, that yeah, it appears that you just put this game into ultra settings. Are you aware that that won't work until 2030? That's what needs to be there. There needs to be this warning that says, are you aware that you will not be able to get ultra settings in solid frames for another 5 years or something? That's literally what they need. The lawyers need to cover their fucking asses, because we're at this point now where you can see some parents are going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I really love my son. He just got into Yale. I bought him a $12,000 computer so that when he's not doing fucking, Colorado School of Mines homework or whatever, he can play Dark Souls and have fun in his off time. I know, because I have friends like this. I have a friend named Jay whose mother bought him a $12,000 computer so he could go and run EVE Online and Dark Souls Prepare to Die edition the year that he graduated his multi-PhD Colorado School of Mines. I know that not everybody is like this, but sometimes a computer is what somebody wants the most in the world. I'm one of those people. So I go and blow $4,000. He blew 12. He came and talked to me about it. He was like, I blew $12,000 so I can play EVE Online on a really good monitor on 240 frames per second. Now and he told me, he's like, I'm working on my master's at UCLA for particle physics and stuff. I don't have time to play Dark Souls, but when I do, I want to play it in 240 frames per second and ultra graphics and stuff. So my mom and I spent a little bit of money on a computer. Okay. Now I can relate to this. If your thing is buying that computer, then go ahead and buy that computer. That's the capitalist American dream. But when you buy the $12,000 computer, you need a warning on the goddamn gaming pause menu that's like, ha ha ha, you appear to have put this game in ultra settings. We're here to laugh at you. That will not be okay until 2028. That's the fucking disclaimer that needs to be there. It isn't there. We see ultra. We see that it's some option that we can just, switch the game to. I'll do it right now. I'm in custom with a bunch of self settings, and a couple of things are in ultra because I'm running on GeForce Now and all this other crap. But no, overall, I can't run this game in Ultra on my $4,000 to $12,000 rig. You understand that's more expensive than a fucking car sometimes? That's more expensive than a beater car. That's kind of crazy. It's sort of crazy to spend that kind of money and still not get 120 frames per second. Now, this is not a problem that the game looks so good that it's so chonky and it's so it's a problem that it's unoptimized better. But it's not optimized better, but it's not really a problem that they make the games look so good. They just need a fucking warning here right on the custom ultra where they're like, it appears that you have put some crazy settings that won't work for 5 years. Are you aware? And you shouldn't be trying to shoot for the moon. That's what's wrong with their idiot fucking tablet brain rot generations. They think they can all shoot for the moon. So do I. But no, actually most things in reality are about toggling down to low to medium settings and chugging along at that frame rate for the rest of your existence. But you're happy with the overall experience. That's how life actually works. You don't go buy the McLaren and crash into a fucking wall like piece of shit retard Jack Doherty. You fucking slowly work your way up to buying sport car after sport car till finally you end up in the McLaren like Jay Leno and nobody laughs at you and you don't smash into cars or into walls or anything when it's raining because you're not a goddamn nouveau riche fucking piece of shit moron that bought a $12,000 rig and try to run Cyberpunk in ultra settings just because you're rich, just because you think you're rich and your rig's good. That's not how this actually works. There needs to be disclaimers here. I don't understand how these software developers and these piece of shit goddamn these software engineers, they have no rules, no laws, no oversight, and no lawyers. The lawyers don't hunt them like they do every other industry in mankind's history. For some reason, the software developers are allowed to fucking operate with complete impunity as they fucking spread children. That's exactly what this is about. They know that the children are too stupid, and they dial in ultra settings the minute that they come in. It's an industry based on avarice. The warning does need to be here. You have a warning about display resolution can be modified in full screen and window modes. Gee, you think? You fucking piece of shit Bethesda cocksuckers. Gee, you think? Is that what display resolution is? Where's the warning about if you put this in ultra, you will lose 100 frames? Where the fuck is it? And so, yeah, the kid might have just bought a $12,000 PC for Christmas or something like that, too. That's what makes your industry so despicable. You don't warn us about this shit at all. There's no public explanation about what anti-aliasing is. There's no warning at all. You expect everybody to be the software developer level of PC master race usage, when you could easily just put a sentence right here that says, if you were putting this on Ultra in 2025, you are a moron. You will not get frames. Maybe in 2028 you might get nice solid 120 on a or 240 on a curved screen monitor, but no, in 2025 you're not getting 240 frames on a curved screen monitor on Oblivion Remaster 3 days after launch. That's not happening. Where's the fucking warning? The warning needs to be there. There's this big conspicuous empty spot where the lawyers are like, we don't have to. We've checked with all the precedents and everything. The lawyers say that we don't have to warn the kids that they can't actually do ultra settings, so no, we don't do it. We just hope that they shoot for the moon and they try and they fucking fail like all their Bitcoin, idiot friends. And that's very, very weird. I'm sorry, it's fucking weird. It's weird that you guys do that. It's a form of theft and graft and just fraudulence. It's just fucking weird. Where is the oversight and the fucking lawyers to stop these piece of shit software developers from destroying the industry and the fucking thing that I love the most? Where is it? It's goddamn dumb. It's gone. It's just completely fucking missing. There's a bunch of avarice, fucking piece of shit Elon software developers in the place where good software developers used to be. And they're just like fixing to fucking spread children. That's the only thing that they do. They fucking spread children. That's all they do. And the lack of the warning is proof of it. The lack of the warning is very, very conspicuous. There's a big empty spot right here where they're like, you might not try ultra settings until 2028 because they haven't made hardware good enough to run this game at 240 frames on a fucking curved screen monitor. We don't care if you spent $5,000 to $10,000 on your gaming rig setup because you happen to be doing well in life or whatever. We just fucked you anyways. There's no warning like this at all, and the lawyers need to fucking spread Bethesda. Bethesda needs to get fucked and spread the way they fucking spread kids. You understand? There needs to be some kind of industry example where we lose a really big titan like Bethesda or something like that, fall out of grace and the fall of Rome or something like that, where we fuck you because you didn't warn us about how you're fucking and spreading children all day with these terrible fucking settings that don't work. And your lack of optimization, your lack of explanation, your lack of description about what things do, these conspicuous blank spaces where you could talk but you don't, you're worthless, you're fucking reprehensible, and on top of it, they still don't know. Your whole industry is based around creating this miasma of goddamn ignorance, and a lot of gamers have no clue that you guys act like this. No clue! They have no idea that you act like this. You see me screwing with settings all day long, trying to get good latency and good frames. All day long you see me doing it. It's because these people, they're fucking thieves and they steal from children. And, it's disgusting. It's like they do this on purpose. Fuck them. Fuck these worthless piece of shit software developers. They need to do a lot more work than this. They are stealing money from children and parents. They must be stopped. They must be stopped from doing this anymore. That's my little fuck you ultra settings spiel. You can take that shit and go live to the motherfucking streets with it. Fuck NVIDIA and their stupid lying asses. Fuck fucking Bethesda and their stupid fucking lying asses. Fuck Square Enix and their fucking stupid lying asses and Final Fantasy XIV and A Realm Reborn and all the problems with the graphics and all the graphics shit that the fucking industry does to fucking spread children. It needs to go the other way around now. The lawyers need to fucking spread Bethesda for releasing a game that won't even run on a $12,000 rig. I mean, yeah, you could put in a disclaimer like everybody else does in every other industry, or you could just fucking spread children and make them cry, you worthless piece of shit demon banker software developer cocksuckers. Fucking fuck you! Fuck you and your stupid thievery asses! You think I'm doing this because I have some problem or something? No, I'm doing it because you deserve to be fucking spread, Bethesda. You can't run this game on ultra settings on a $12,000 rig with GeForce Now. That is industry theft. I don't know where the lawyers are. They've got their head so far up their legal asses. They have no clue that there's this crazy miasma of fucking software developers fucking and spreading children for tons and tons of money. They have no fucking concept that's even occurring. It's really, really weird. You can see it if you're like buying the products at all. You can see what they're doing very clearly. Let's watch a video from yesterday that I watched yesterday from Arch Veldor, about how fucking stupid Blizzard has been with PvP. He literally says something in the video that changed me. He was like, this is not a sustainable model to be able to PvP to the top set in the game without ever getting an honorable killing blow and still getting max gear just by popping air crates. That's it. And he was like, this is a PvP, and he struck out against Blizzard. He was like, I don't understand how the community has never spoken about this, but I will, right? And I'll speak about it too. The PvP is worthless, utter garbage. Get the PvP out of WoW. Get it out of EVE Online. You're the only PvP that I can think of that's good is Overwatch 2 and Fortnite. None of these other games, Mortal, EVE, WoW, I mean, any of these fucking games, they're fucking horrible when it comes to PvP. It's you versus 25 dudes. You get melted in under a second. It's you versus 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 10 people. It doesn't matter. It's you versus 10, 20, 30 people. You versus a 2v1 or you versus a 3v1. The honor is completely gone from modern PvP because the honor is completely gone from modern developers. If the developers made good rules and actually tried to make PvP good, it would be good, but they don't care about that. They let that shit go to the motherfucking wayside. Just like ultra settings. We used to be able to do ultra settings because you didn't lie to us. Now you lie so you can fucking spread children all day. And I say death to your fucking piece of shit industry. I'd rather play Oblivion Remaster, like, you know, stolen off of a fucking torrent for the rest of my life with no internet connection and no online gaming than deal with the bullshit that you guys are doing to fucking spread us right now in 2025. I can't stand it. Fuck you guys. I'm dead serious. I can see it from the settings and your options menus, and nobody says shit about it. Nobody says shit about how it's not a viable PvP model to let people get to max PvP gear set without ever getting a killing blow. That's not viable. You understand? It's just like the $12,000 rigs not supplying 240 frames in 2025. That's not because the $12,000 hardware rigs aren't good. That's because software engineers steal fucking spread children all day. That's why that happens. And it's the only reason it happens. They're out to fuck children and their parents out of money. They've made billions out of it. They know how much money there is to be made. They retired to the hills like 20 years ago, like Bill Gates, and they know how much money there is to be made in fucking and spreading children out of their fucking, and parents out of their fucking gaming money. They know how much money is to be made. So then we get something like this. We get fucking Arch Veldor talking about how Blizzard turned off death. And, you know, and PvP is possible to get an entirely 613 eye-level gear set without ever getting a killing blow. This is mismanagement. It is mismanagement on a massive scale. It's theft on a large scale, right? So, you know, he did the PvP gearing guide yesterday. It was a good guide. But so he despairs talking about this thing that conceptually he can't even really understand totally, which is that you can get a max PvP gear set. And it's been like this for like 10 years or something. You can get to max PvP gear set, which I might remind you is a good enough set to go and do the highest raid in the game. It actually is. And like, you know, and like it is. It's a high enough eye level to take a stab at the highest raid in the game. You can get the highest like tier eye level gear set in the game without ever firing a shot. That is how bad these fucking developers actually are. You can go higher than Glad and get a higher set than Glad, basically. Like, without ever firing a shot or getting a killing blow. That's how goddamn bad these developers actually are. That's how bad Bethesda is. That's how bad the Ultra Settings things is, where $12,000 rigs running GeForce Now can't actually get 120 to 240 frames on Oblivion Remaster if you go Ultra Settings. That's really, really weird. Don't put Ultra Settings in the game if the best rig in the world can't run it. Just don't put ultra settings in the game then. That seems weird. It's deceptive practices. It's software developers fucking and spreading children. You know who gets harmed by this the most. It's children. So I say fuck these piece of shit developers. Fuck their theft practices. Fuck this fucking shit about hardware benchmarks being too high and not warning the public or anything like this. Fuck these fucking software developers and their stupid thievery asses. They're like Bethesda is a thievery corporation. I don't trust them. I don't care if weird, like, shitty, like, you know, syndicate fucking business dealings happen to them. I don't care what happens to them. They fucking spread children for money every time they do one of these ultra setting snafus. Fuck these fucking developers. I'm sick of your fucking your graft. It's graft. It's grifting. It's griftonomics. It's griftonomics to put the ultra settings in the game that the #1 computer in the world can't reach. That is griftonomics. I would cancel Bethesda over it. Never play another Bethesda game ever again. You understand? I would rather cancel Bethesda rather than have them fucking fuck children, fucking spread children for the rest of my life. I would rather just say goodbye, Bethesda. I really would. I'd rather say goodbye, Todd. Like, as I play a Bethesda game, I would rather say goodbye, Bethesda, goodbye, Todd. I no longer believe in Todd. You know, I'm not a Todd believer. I'm not a Todd-fearing man anymore. I don't care if Bethesda gets fucked and spread, just like the children that they fucking spread all the time. This shadow drop was really good because it's a step in the right direction, but then you also snafu'd with the goddamn ultra settings, and we can all see how really predatory you are, Bethesda. Fuck you. I don't care if your company dies. I am not a Todd-fearing man anymore. I'm not a Blizzard-fearing man anymore. I don't care if Blizzard gets fucked and spread because that's what Blizzard does to children. I don't care if Blizzard gets fucked and spread. It's only fair. What goes around comes around, you piece of shit conquistadorial fucking, you know, corpo cocksuckers. Fuck you and your stupid asses and all the children that you screw every day. What the fuck happened to you?
In the War Within is
I'm sorry, look at all the children that you screw every day is what I meant to say.
Broken as I can ever remember.
Yeah, this is the most broken it's ever been. This fucking industry, they're so goddamn stupid. And he comes out with something that I consider to be revolutionary, which is opening the WoW scene's eyes to how truly broken their goddamn gear system is. You don't need to run dungeons. You don't need to run raids. You just need to go with a pre-made to go open air crates for about 2 hours. And then you have top 613 eye level and you're competitive with Method. You're fucking competitive with Method after 2 hours of opening air crates and like not even firing at other people, not even getting killing blows. Now, I'm sure Blizzard thought this was okay, but no, just like fucking Arch Valder, I say fuck Blizzard, fuck him for spreading children, and fuck him and fucking spread fucking Blizzard.
It's madder than a box of frogs.
It's madder than a box, how he puts this, and he says this very pointedly. And I agree with him, it's the proper language. This shit is dumber and madder than a box of frogs inside of a box of frogs, inside of a box of frogs, inside of a box of frogs! That's how goddamn piece of shit your goddamn fucking software development has got! You worthless piece of shit software developers, suck my dick!
In fact, it is madder than a box of frogs inside another box of frogs inside another box of mad frogs.
Yeah, that's how bad your goddamn worthless piece of shit brainless development has actually got. I think it's time to destroy your industry and stop you from predatorizing children. I think it's time to prosecute you. We can no longer have what you do anymore. We can't have you do this to my industry. You can't do this anymore. Fuck you guys.
That's really mad.
Yeah, it is really mad. It's really bad how bad Blizzard has let the PvP system completely devolve into a 2-hour grind that gives you gear superior to Method rating eye-level mythics. I'm sorry, endgame mythics, you know, mythic keys and mythic rating. You can sit and you can open these crappy chests that require no combat at all for 2 hours and come up with the same exact eye level the method gets for rating, you know, 80 hours a week for 5 months or something. In 2 hours, you can get what Method gets in 5 months. You want to know why it's like that? Because Blizzard knows that PvP is worthless. They don't know how to fix it. It's a terrible solution that they can't come up with, so they don't know. They don't know how to fix that. So they just let you get it in 2 hours. They don't care. They devalued the products. That's what they did. They devalued all of these products so that they're not even really worth they're not really worth spending the $12,000 to run the game in ultra settings.
In this video, I'll be discussing 2 massively broken tricks to gain PvP
Now,
gear.
he looks at this from a WoW player perspective where that gear still matters and this means something. But to me, it's even worse, which is like, well, why would I care about this worthless piece of shit mismanagement of this software company on a game that I don't even play?
Super
For
fun.
him, at least he plays it, so he cares a lot more. I don't care that they do this. It's just clear and obvious how bad their direction of this industry is. They must be prosecuted. They are killing the industry.
The second one I've never seen covered in any PvP
No.
video ever.
And it's simple. It's opening up your fucking looking for group and using it. And it's funny how all these other weird script kiddie, min-maxer, copy something they saw on TikTok and try to make some money off of it, fucking people and all this. None of them ever thought to just tell you to use the goddamn looking for group manager to find a PvP group. And so he ends up having the best PvP video by just suggesting that you go link up with other PvPers who are cheating to get full set.
It's a powerful but simple technique to dodge losing teams without you.
You can. There's 2 things you can do to and I've known this since 2010. I've used these since 2010. You can completely break the PvP system by doing 2 different things. You couldn't do this until I think it was BFA, but since BFA I've known this because I used to do it a lot. I used to fly around in 40-man premates and open boxes without ever firing a shot and praying for the horde to show up and getting a nice big battle where you can shoot people out of the sky and stuff like this. I've known since 2015 or whatever it is that you could do this, but I don't care. I don't want to do this. This ruins the game.
Using add-ons or other software.
Yeah, you just open these chests for 2 hours and your full conquest gear. You're on the level of mythical rating. And it takes 2 hours of pre-mades opening chests. That's it. Or you could go do this is why I quit the arena. We knew this way back in season 3 or something like that. Or like high-end PvP is the worst joke of video game shit I have ever seen. They win trade, they cheat, they buy like bot skip queues and queue skippers and all this other shit. They're a worthless piece of shit cheater community that I wouldn't ever admit that I was a member of their community ever. I haven't claimed being a PvPer since 2015. That's a community. In EVE Online it's okay, and in Rust and stuff like that. But on MMOs, the PvP community are entirely cheaters.
The actual way to gear up in PvP.
Most shooters too. Almost the entirety of them are cheaters. They're either exploiters or cheaters. It's really the cesspit that this has become is not worth wallowing around in.
Very little to do with the established guides you have seen. It makes absolutely no sense and requires you to do literally no player versus player combat at all. Only Blizzard
What was that sound?
can come up with a PvP gearing system.
Only Blizzard could come up with a PvP gearing system that doesn't require you to ever fire a shot. Only Blizzard could be that. That's how bad these developers actually are. Remember, this is Call of Duty people, Activision Blizzard. The people who built Call of Duty, they built in their MMO, WoW, they made it possible to get max gear without ever firing a shot. The same people that made Call of Duty. I don't really understand that. How stupid are you, you worthless piece of shit software developer? I hope you do lose your job. Ghost Crawler Street or whatever.
Which requires you to do no PvP at all. It is very, very simple.
This is Ghostcrawler's fault. He let this happen. They saw it coming. I remember way back, my friend Novaria, in my original raid, his cousin worked for Blizzard and shit. He used to bring us extra news that was it was never good stuff, but it was still stuff that other people didn't know that we can make plans on. And he was like, yeah, he told us way, like 4 years before fuck you PvP guy. He told us in a raid one day, he was like, Blizzard has definitely decided to no longer support PvP. I remember he told me that when it was still T1, M1, Tier 1 was, Molten Core and BWL. I remember we were in a BWL raid, and I remember my friend Novaria, who I haven't spoken to in like 17 years or something like that, he dropped this like little secret, which was that, yeah, Blizzard's software devs have now decided to just let PvP completely rot. And he was like, soon you're only going to see 1v1s and 2v2s and 3v3s and 5v5s and 10v10s, and that's it. That's exactly what happened. I mean, you can still get epic PvP. They didn't totally abandon PvP like they thought we would. But I mean, that was 2007 when I heard that. That was 7 years before the fall. That was like 7 years before the fall. 2015 is when the MMO industry died. And like, but that was 7 years before the fall. I had my fucking mage in my fucking raid telling us all. We were apt, like listening to him, eating the popcorn as he told us all these secrets about Blizzard and stuff like this. We couldn't dare to believe him at first, but everything he said came true. He was not lying. Everything he said came true. All of it, even some of it was like 7 years before it happened. And I remember him telling us, he was like, don't go hard on PvP like Coltrane did for fucking Field Marshal. Don't bother. They're going to let it rot. And I remember he told me that in a BWL raid when it was current. That was like, I don't know, 17 years ago or something like that. And that's why I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't care if their companies go tits up. I don't like these people. I don't care what they do. You know, fuck them. They broke my heart like goddamn 17 years ago. It's like that bad romance thing that Lady Gaga sings about. It's a bad romance to appreciate. These software developers, nah, they're going to break your heart no matter what. 17 years ago, they broke your heart. Long before you realized that they broke your heart. They broke your heart 17 years ago.
So, at this stage of the season, if you are gearing
He's got a broken heart. You can hear it in the way that he talks. He's got a broken heart. Blizzard broke his heart. It's weird, but I mean, he really loved Blizzard in this game that much, and yet he'll say crazy things that are true. He'll be like, I have the #2 number of honor kills in the entire game. He's like, I'm #2. I don't know who #1 is, but Archvalder has the #2 amount of honor kills in the entire game. In history, in WoW history. He's got #2, and I believe this. I think it's true. Because he's been abusing Qs since day one.
up a new
The only
character.
reason that he's able to say that is because he abuses Qs, like my friend Coltrane, the Field Marshal. You know, he abuses fucking Qs. They've been doing it since I was 17 years old. I'm 40 some odd years old now. It's been 23 years of their graft, their corruption, and their bullshit. Fuck these guys. The industry technically should die. We need a complete reformation or something, like our American government. Fuck the Democrats and the Republicans too. Their concept of how to run this country has completely destroyed the goddamn country. Fuck the Republicans, fuck the Democrats, and fuck these software developers. Their vision has destroyed the thing that we love the most. Fuck these guys. Get them out of here. Their greed has ruined America. Their greed has ruined these video games. Their greed has ruined everything. Fuck these guys. You know?
Completely forget about random battlegrounds, arenas,
Yeah.
solo.
So if you want to do PvP, completely forget about battlegrounds, epic battlegrounds, arena skirmish, or a Rothi Blizzard. That's not how you PvP in 2025. Now that in itself is okay if there was battle required, but there's no battle required to reach max conquest set. Why would you ever step foot in a dungeon if you could just go out into the world, open crates with all the cheaters, and get a max eye level conquest set that rivals what takes Mythic 5 weeks to get in Mythic dungeons and raids? You know, why would you do that when you could just go pop crates in worthless PvP that doesn't require you to pop a shot for 2 hours and get your max conquest gear, and then go take that to the Mythic raid?
Shuffle and rated battlegrounds.
Full conquest has always been sufficient enough since Firelands, since heroic Firelands. Full conquest gear has always been sufficient enough to down all the way to the last. If you didn't know what the last heroic boss is And it's because you're bad. If you've never been there, if you've never been world first on a heroic boss before or a mythic boss, you wouldn't know what #1 place is. But I do. The difference between the best in the world and the #1 heroic Ragnaros kill in Firelands or whatever, and a full conquest arena player, is that the arena player can't kill the last boss. His eye level just isn't high enough. You need another 27 eye level above that from the tier sets, and also the trinket procs from the top eye level mythic trinket that you can get that's best in slot for your class. I know because I've been there several times. I think most bads think that they've been there, but I don't think they've actually been there. When they understand that, yeah, I've got to kick my PvPers out of this raid that are trying to ride PvP gear into heroic rag, because yeah, I know they're skilled enough to kill the boss, but they can't kill the boss. The eye level isn't good enough to kill the boss in time before the fucking enrage or the DPS race is not met. And so, yeah, when I reach heroic rag, I know I've been there and I've done it before. I kick everybody who's been hiding in conquest gear out of my raid. Right when we reach the boss, I go looking at everybody's sets, and if I find a faker, I kick them out. Because, yeah, you can ride conquest all the way to the last mythic boss in the last raid. You can do it, but that's why those bosses are so hard. That's where Blizzard raises it another 27 eye level. It's 27, I believe it is. I mean, that's how specific it gets. It's like 27 eye level or something higher. If you don't have that eye level because you didn't spend all of your time in the tiers, getting the tier sets and the necklace and the trinkets and all this stuff, the max tier PvE trinkets, right? They don't want and also you can't go higher than 2200 in a PvE set in arena. These are hard caps set by the Blizzard developer community to prevent us from doing stuff like stepping into mythic method rating, like me, something that I would do because I'm better than all of these people and always have been and have all the achievements to prove it. I have all the current achievements when even they don't have it. You know, I've always been better than everybody but Method, and I've beaten Method in the PvP. I've beaten Method and Suit Up in PvP. That's Tsunami and Adept. The 3 best guilds in WoW history were Tsunami, Adept, Vog 5 best, or Vodka, Tsunami, Adept, Method, and Perseverance, right? I've beaten all of them in PvP. Now, I didn't beat them in their PvE races. No, I'm not that good, no. But I did beat them in PvP, all of them, in 1900 or greater RBGs when it was current, in TBC, or not TBC, but Wrath. I've beaten all of them. And in MOP and all this other stuff. I've beaten the best guilds in the world on the PvP level. I am, like, up to rival. I didn't reach the rating itself. I got within 15 points of it. But I am fucking challenger, or whatever it is. I am, or whatever it is, rival, which is top point, you know, top 5% of the PvP community or something, which is actually an achievement. Now, this matters because like conquest people can come in all the way to heroic rag or whatever the last boss in mythic rating is. They've always been able to do this if they have the skill to go to field marshal or what's it called, gladiator or rival or higher. They've always had the gear to step into mythic rating and still be competitive with the PvE people. That's the way it's always been since Wrath of the Lich King. Now, that's not the case anymore. But I mean, I'm sorry, that's still the case. Excuse me, it still is the case. You can't take conquest gear to endgame mythic rating, and you can't take endgame mythic rating gear to gladiator. You just can't. They will kill you. They've got better resilience. They've the boss. You just don't do enough damage to kill the boss. That's the way it's been since Wrath of the Lich King. Now that's different because you can buy a boost to kill the last heroic boss. Ever since they put it on farm, you can buy the boost, and then you can get the gear to go be competitive with those boosters by going in to a fucking 40-man pre-made guy. I haven't even played this game since 2015, and I know how to break it better than 99.99999% of the rest of the community. I've always known this since 2010. This is not new to me, and it's made me angry. It's one of the things that made it really, really, really easy for me to leave in 2015 and never play this game in any real way ever again, is that, you know, it's like the gear is a joke. It's been a joke since 2015. I can cap to I don't do it, but I can cap max conquest since 2015, since BFA or whatever.
gearing up later this
I
season.
hate BFA. I refuse to do BFA. It's the only fucking... Oh, no, I still have Lore Master from BFA. It's just Horde. I have Lore Master for BFA and all the zone achievements and all the quests done and all the zones except for Alliance. I do have my Horde Lore Master for BFA, but BFA fucking killed WoW because it brought stuff like this. They just threw everything out the window.
Season was always horrible.
Yeah, it was
But
always horrible since season 2. It's been fucking horrible. Ever since welfare gear, they started giving conquests as welfare gear to people who are too lazy to even do the raids. We don't know why, but we have a word for this. It's called welfare. We don't like welfare. It means that you aren't trying. Like, I don't like welfare in the real life. I'm on welfare, but I don't like it. The only reason I'm on welfare is it's impossible for me to work with anybody else because I'm in this desperate situation where I need money fast. So I'm not going to work for $7 an hour. I need money fast. My parents are dying. I need to help them with medical bills and all this other crazy shit. I need money fast. I can't work for $7 to $10 an hour. You don't pay me enough money at that. So yeah, I'm not going to work for you. I'm going to take the welfare check and just tell them that I can't make it. We just all died. The rich people stole all the money in the world, you know?
right now,
I had to tell my parents, they know very well that somebody my age, it's impossible for me to go and buy a home. Yeah, it's possible for me to go and buy a $50,000 home. It's far more likely for me to sprout wings and fly to the moon myself than it is to own my own home in 2025. Not if it's $500,000. Where the fuck are you gonna get for a normal American to get $500,000 in America in 2025? You got to knock over a bank. You can't even knock over a liquor store to do that. You've got to knock over several banks because they've sewed up even bank robbery. They've sewn it up. There is no way to make enough money to survive in America today. There's no way unless you already have it.
It's completely inaccessible.
It's completely inaccessible to have money in America. It's inaccessible. You can't do it anymore. It's inaccessible. You understand? It's the same thing.
Number of pre-mades and semi-organized players.
It's inaccessible to get normal battlegrounds in 2025. It's inaccessible. You only get weird, shitty PvP shitheads like my stream sniper who sit around with Rust fucking gambling website names on CSGO 2 gambling sites, sucking dick all day, total neats with no jobs and no fucking respect, nothing at all, never did anything with their lives, weren't taxi drivers their whole lives or anything like that. They're just neat losers who sit around doing nothing all day trying to break PvP, so it's not fun for anybody anymore. And it destroyed the community, it destroyed the video games, it destroyed PvP. Fuck PvP in 2025. You want to know how to find a completely honorless place? It's actually really hard to do in real life. You know, in real life, you can't even in Fallujah and in terrible AIDS-ridden, you know, like villages in Africa, you still find honor. The only place you can find in mankind's lexicon, even prisons have honor. But PvPers do not. PvPers do not have honor. The only honorless people in mankind's existence, even Hashashins, have things that they won't do. But PvPers do not. PvPers on video games are the worst, most dishonorable people in mankind's history. If you take death off the table, dishonor is the strongest with video game PvPers. Even real life people have more honor than that. And yes, it's really, really bad. It killed PvP. It absolutely did. And the software developers don't help when they make it so you can get an end game set in 2 hours. And most of the time that takes 5 weeks. What the fuck are you talking about 2 hours? What the fuck is that?
And various other methods.
I'm sick of you fucking up America. I'm sick of you fucking up these video games. It's right-wing piece of shitheads, fucking software developers like Elon Musk. You've destroyed everything. How you back these right-wing software developer cocksuckers as they rape children, destroy video games, and destroy the planet is beyond me. I don't understand it. They're all the same people. They hang out at the same cigar bars. How you back them is beyond me, and I'm gonna fuck you like I'm gonna fuck them.
To bypass any kind of remotely fair.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck you, and you back them like they're better than us. We're the gamers. We're the motherfuckers who put you there in the first place. We're the Americans who built the country on our blood, sweat, and tears. You don't respect us? You back the software developers over us? We'll fucking kill you! We'll fucking kill you for that, you understand? Fucking ban me for making death threats. I don't care. I'll fucking kill you for doing what you did to my country and my industry. I'll kill you for it. piece of shit, right-wing cocksucker, fucking software developer, demagogue, fucking, there's so many words for these fucking assholes. There's like 270 derogatory shithead terms for these fucking shitheads who are destroying the world and everything we hold dear. There's like 270 foul Beelzebub names for these fucking shithead, oligarch, fucking piece of shit, cocksucker, right-wing retards who are ruining everything we know and love.
How do you?
All right, we're gonna get off this and just finish up the content here.
I got nothing.
The established guides cover. If you go to the PvP tab and look in pre-made group finder,
His solution is not some exploit or some hack. It's like, go use your looking for group.
you will see this mysterious wall crates raid option.
This makes it so that you never ever have to farm for any gear ever again. You can do this in any level.
Now, if you actually join this group,
That's how bad Blizzard is. Fuck them, spread them, they're worthless, get them the fuck out of here. They destroyed the industry, get them the fuck out of here, prosecute them or whatever it takes, but get the terrible, terrible fucking company that is Blizzard Activision the fuck out of video games entirely. Get them gone, they have destroyed it.
you'll find some guy with
Full boycott, full cancel. Gotta get them out of here. They have destroyed video games.
an add-on is tracking where all the war crates are on every zone and realm. These things drop from the sky and are filled with powerful PvP currency. You simply fly around picking up the crates.
Most people are like, oh my god, Blizzard's so awesome. I don't ever have to worry about getting gear again. I love Blizzard. I love Blizzard. My reaction to it is like, oh, so you completely invalidated the entire game process to a 2-hour process that completely max gears you. We've seen this before in Final Fantasy XI with the Abyssia worms. They can suck a dick with that bullshit.
Each gives you 60 conquest and 50 bloody tokens.
Is to serve you.
These currencies can be exchanged at vendors here
Yeah.
for literally the most powerful PvP gear in the game. You will
The most
also-
powerful gear in the game, period. It's like almost as good as the tier set. It's like 17 eye level less or something. It's really powerful gear.
Get a decent amount of honor from the crates, and also random players unfortunate enough to encounter your raid group. It will take you about 5 hours.
5 hours. Sorry, I said 2, but I mean 5.
2,500 conquest. The reason this number is critical is that when you hit 2,500 conquest, you can then automatically purchase the most powerful weapons in player versus player combat for your class. You're awarded 2 specific tokens automatically for this purpose. Now, you could just carry on doing the crates, but other options start to become faster at this point, which will save you a lot of time overall. At this stage, your gear will be good enough that you can start to make a contribution to Battlegrounds if you choose to enter them, but you are still quite a way off besting slot gear. Before you start queuing for Battlegrounds, pick up the PvP quests from Ruffius here. You want to avoid the arena quest if it is there. You also want to complete 1 random and 1 epic each day. The first completion gets you a bonus reward. Now, there's a hack here. Ever noticed this guy hanging around? No, I didn't either. A talented PvPer called Bad Manis had to point him out to me.
I've been doing this since 2010. I go to the higher number faction. This was also incredibly stupid because it completely destroyed my allegiance to my own faction, and now I'm a double agent and have been since 2010. I have the achieves. I didn't value being alliance anymore past that, and that's just another way that they destroy their fucking games. We don't really know why they do this shit. They just do. We don't know why they do this. There's no money in it. What they do.
Oh, my poor.
It's just stupidity.
You must be from the Fighters Guild. Good. I have a problem. It has to do with the rats in my basement. That's right. Rats. I don't know what I'd do without them. Their little pink nose. Please save my little rats.
Oh, damn it, you fucking moron. Why do you make me do things over and over again, Bethesda? You're so annoying. Maybe I should turn in this guy now, because I don't really need him anymore, I don't think. Yeah, let's go release him. He's served his purpose now. Starting to get a little too easy, maybe.
My rats are all dead. It's too late to do any. Useless. I'm through talking to you.
Oh, wow.
You to queue for the opposite faction. This doesn't work all the time. It depends whether the opposite faction has an imbalance of players. But as a mainly alliance player, the option is up 80% of the time for me. Now the trick here, and I've never seen this explained in any video before, in any kind of depth, is to use this NPC to bypass situations where one faction is getting creamed in battle after battle. So many times I hear players in Battlegrounds say things like, I've lost 10 in a row. It is because you are queuing with the same undergeared players. They could avoid this by simply queuing with the opposite faction. To make perfect use of this, which is known as the mercenary contract system, do the following. First, queue with Horde initially, especially for randoms. They have a higher win rate. It is not actually 50% because of pre-mades and semi-organized groups.
Look at how bad
but
these
it
frames
is generally
are.
better than Alliance. If you begin to experience multiple losses, change faction, but only do this if your faction is losing by a lot. If they are losing close contests and have a decent balance of healers and DPS, stick with it. The reason is that when you first queue for a given faction, there is a high probability of being dumped into a battleground where one team is getting stomped and players are leaving. Requeuing after a battleground gives you less chance of this occurring, as you're in sync with other players who will all enter at the start of a battleground simultaneously. So, put simply, queue with Horde by default, switch faction when possible if you experience a bad loss. Note that you can still experience multiple losses in a row doing this. Sometimes I switch backwards and forwards in between factions and you just get really bad luck with the team composition. But switching faction does definitely increase your chances. Now, in order for this to be viable, you'll need to be able to earn conquest faster than you could from the war crates. War crates will earn you about 400 to 500 conquest per hour at peak periods. This can be reduced if there is an enemy faction raid competing with you, and of course sometimes there isn't a raid up at all. But generally speaking, your benchmark is around 400 to 500. To do that will generally require you to have one or more battleground or arena bonus quests active at the time from Ruffius.
Good morning.
Now, very clearly, this whole thing is bonkers. Blizzard just don't know what they're doing. This is a total mess. No one sane would come up with a system like this. I'm just emphasizing this spontaneously because we've kind of accepted all this stuff as normal. It's just incredibly amateurish and poorly thought out. You might think that every PvP exploit I come up with on my Patreon gets fixed. And the truth is that off the top of my head, I can think of about 100 different exploits which just never get fixed.
Hello there.
Many of them
Well
usable in rated content, and some ridiculously game-breaking. Some are class-specific, and many are situational. But even so, the impression Blizzard is giving me right now is that they just don't care. Now, to be fair to Blizzard, I've got a pretty good idea as to how to find exploits, but the problems, as we've seen in this video, go way, way further than that.
Things seem to go from bad to worse.
The barriers to entry for a new player are just huge. It's going to be a miserable experience until you can figure out what's actually going on. You are basically going to have to cheese everything in some way in order to be competitive.
Hello, I'm Rufus.
But I'd like to know what you think.
I'm willing to
Do you still
teach.
enjoy player
You're
versus
willing to
player
liquidate.
combat? Perhaps you enjoy the chaos. Let me know.
So the past couple weeks, reading the news has become kind of a surreal experience. I mean, Trump is throwing innocent people into unmarked vans and sending them to foreign concentration camps, but...
I mean, he is a fascist. Are we surprised? Are we surprised that he's doing black bag abductions in our wonderful country? No. It's a fascist doing black bag abductions, and we'll have the Gestapo, and then eventually World War III. You know. The Holocaust will be here, and it'll be Mexicans, and we'll have to stop them the way we did stop Hitler. And I mean, is that a surprise to you? Why would it be Germany again? We're the best. It's gonna be us next time, and it's gonna be us killing Mexicans. It's fucking fucked up, and I can't stand it. I will fight them. I'll be that person on the front line. I'm not letting them do this to our country. They're fascist right-wingers. When left-wingers get out of control, you get the peace, love, flower power revolution. When right-wingers get out of control, you get the Holocaust.
Pope and Jeff Bezos shot Katy Perry into space for feminism. That's right, she kissed the world and nobody liked it. I mean, this is such a weird time to be alive that the same day Katy girl bossed Too Close to the Sun, I got a notification on my phone from the LA Times which asked me, what's to stop Trump from exiling you to a foreign prison? Isn't that wild? Do you remember when phone alerts used to be like, people are mad at Miley Cyrus for shaking her ass? Now they're like, 5 helpful tips to
Looking
save
for
yourself.
more work, eh? Good. I've got a contract for you. I'd like you to go talk to Norbert Lels here in Anvil. I'm hoping you'll do better with this one than your last one.
I like the way they speak more in Oblivion than Skyrim. Skyrim, it was a lot more kind of like a gimmick. Here, it was much more true to the whole Bethesda universe.
Goodbye. It's my pleasure. He runs Lels Quality Merchandise here in Anvil. He's been having problems with break-ins, though, and he's hired us to put a stop to it.
Autopilot engaged.
Heinrich Oakenhole is married to a Bosmer? I suppose the women are less annoying than the men.
Warp drive active.
Take care of Lels. He needs the help.
Heavy armor. I knew it. I was like, those books look good. I can just take those, huh? Oh, ceremonial. £13.
Approaching Stargate.
After this game, I'm going to play Starfield again. And I'm going to play on GeForce Now, and I'm going to do a non-modded run.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Nice.
Approaching Stargate.
Hello.
What do you want? He runs Lel's Quality. Don't know if this is true, but I heard a gang of all-female thieves is preying on married menfolk of the town.
Good.
Sure, the guy down by the chapel. And all, if you want, I'd like to get my... You notice? Go hurt something.
Go hurt something.
Can I help you, sister?
Autopilot jumping.
Dude, what was it? It was block. Yes.
Warping to Stargate.
I knew it was worth checking.
Drive active.
Greetings to you.
Hello. What's going on with you?
I saw some mud crabs by the water recently. I steered clear of them.
I avoid those things whenever I can.
From the gulags? Well, it's actually a good question. What is to stop Trump from sending me or you or anyone we care about to a hole
Nothing.
in Central America to die? I mean, in the past few months, our government has pulled a student off the street for the crime of writing her opinion in the newspaper, thrown her into a van, and flown her 1,500 miles from her community to rot in a cell. It's detained its own U.S. citizens for looking Mexican. And Trump has directly defied a unanimous Supreme Court order to bring back a man they admit they sent by mistake to a Salvadoran prison. Things are so bad in America right now that the AARP is literally advising senior citizens on how to prevent Border Patrol from searching their phones. Imagine what an asshole you have to be for a grandma to not want to show you her camera roll. So if you were wondering what life was going to be like under authoritarianism,
How are you?
this is it. You're living in it, baby.
Hello?
Welcome to America, land of the scared where no one is safe. And that's the point. The Trump administration's cruel and lawless
Yep, I
behavior
agree.
is designed to frighten you and make you feel unsafe. But you know what? That fear you feel in your chest also gives all of us tremendous power. Power that many of your fellow Americans are currently using to protect your neighbors and themselves. Power that you have too. And in this video, I'm going to tell you how you can use it to fight back against what is happening in this country. But first, if you want to support the channel directly and all the work we do here, and I hope you do, head to patreon.com/AdamConover. And if you'd like to see me in person, watch me perform my new hour of stand-up comedy live, well, you can come see me in South Carolina, Oklahoma, Washington State, or anywhere else. We're always adding new tour dates. Head to AdamConover.net. So far, the most famous victim of Trump's campaign of state terror is Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He initially crossed the border illegally when he was 16 to escape threats from gangs, but he was granted withholding of removal status by an American judge due to the danger he faced, which allowed him to stay here. He's now lived in the United States legally for the last 14 years and has checked in with the government every year without incident. He worked a union job and he has 3 young children with his wife, who is a U.S. citizen, as are his children. And in 2019, during Trump's first term, a judge even ordered the government not to deport Abrego Garcia because, again, he was here legally and had protection of a court order. But in March of this year, Abrego Garcia was stopped by ICE in an IKEA parking lot, illegally arrested while his son watched, and then illegally shipped without trial to a prison in El Salvador called Skycatlive. And just in case you haven't heard about this yet, the conditions in this prison are horrifying. Each cell is designed to hold up to 70 people, and the lights are on 24 hours a day. Prisoners can't have visitors, go outside, or even communicate with their families. I mean, look at this place. It's basically the prison from Andor, except you can't escape and you don't get to make friends with Gollum. In fact, by some measures, it's not really accurate to call it a prison at all. Because men like Abrego Garcia are being held without trial or due process, Skycatlive meets the United States Holocaust Museum's definition of a concentration camp. It goes without saying that all of this is blatantly unconstitutional. So unconstitutional that even our arch-conservative Supreme Court unanimously ordered Trump to bring Abrego Garcia back to America. That's right, even Antonin Scalia's ghost weighed in from hell and was like, yo, this is f***ed up. And even though the Trump administration admits that they deported Abrego Garcia by mistake, Trump's attorney general has refused, literally saying it's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. I mean, think about how crazy this is. Just a few years ago, when Brittany Griner was arrested in Russia for the crime of vaping, it was such a big priority for the country to get her home that doing so was a major victory for the Biden presidency. But now, a man has been unjustly separated from his wife and children, sent for no reason to a brutal foreign prison. The Supreme Court is literally ordering he be returned. And even though it's the president's fault, he's just going, sorry, I couldn't possibly stop Big Strong El Salvador. Wink. I mean, give me a fucking break. Just a few days ago, Trump was palling it up at the White House with his new best friend, El Salvador's president, Nayib Bukele. I mean, look at this. They're literally fucking holding hands. Nayib is such a sycophant, he'd give Trump a kidney. And you're telling me he won't return a guy we're paying him to hold? Yeah, that's right. The Trump administration is literally paying El Salvador to hold Kilmar and others like him without trial. Now, you might ask, why are they bothering to do that when there are plenty of prisons in America? We are, after all, the world's biggest jailer. Well, the reason is because imprisoning him in a foreign country gives them an excuse not to return him. Trump is like a bully who steals your lunch money, then hands it to a friend, so when the teacher tells him to give it back, he can say, I don't have it anymore. I mean, it's such a flimsy fucking excuse that you'd think they'd be embarrassed to tell it. But no. The flimsiness is the point. They didn't arrest Abrego Garcia by mistake. They didn't deport him by mistake. And nothing is stopping them from bringing him back. You know it, they know it, and they know you know it. That is the point. They are trying to let you know that they can send you to a foreign prison at any time on whatever pretext they like, and not even the Supreme Court will be able to bring you back. They're trying to tell you that you are not safe. That's why Republicans are posting smug little selfies in Skycatlive. Oh, look at that little tough guy pose. Dude looks like a tattletale who's proud of ratting out his classmates for smoking pot in the parking lot. And that's
That's
the
just not
point.
don't
This
make
little
you win this
dweeb
one.
and
What
his
a
little
wonderful
dweeb
compliment.
friends are trying to convince you that
Don't
if you
make
step
me
out of
laugh.
line,
You win
they
this.
can
You
do
think
this
that's-
to you
No.
too,
You
no
do me
matter
too
how
much honor.
peaceful
Yeah,
and
press-
law-abiding
what a
you are.
wonderful
Rumesa
compliment. That's
Öztürk
enough.
is a former Fulbright scholar who was studying
Sorry,
at
I don't get
Tufts.
it.
Last
win
year,
this one.
she wrote
You're
an
a big
op-ed in
fat
her student
no.
newspaper
You do me
asking
too
for
much
her
honor.
university to
Sorry, I don't
acknowledge the
get it. That's it. I
Palestinian
can't
genocide.
really
And honestly,
now.
it's a
That's
really
just, you're a
tame,
big
very polite
no. I won't
op-ed.
fight you.
Anybody who's honestly threatened
that's
by a
just
student
stupid. You're a
urging their
big
own
thief.
university
I can't
president
argue
to
with that.
meaningfully engage with
What a dumb
resolutions
nerd.
passed in a
I
student
won't fight you.
newspaper has a brain made of wet
Yeah,
chowder
you see,
and
that's
shouldn't
good.
be allowed to hold
You've
a
got
pair
a
of
point.
fucking scissors,
Sorry,
let
you're
alone
full
public
of it.
office. But apparently,
That's
a little
enough.
chowderhead named Marco
You're full
Rubio
of it.
was so
Sorry, I
scared
don't
of the
get-
threat
no.
Rumesa
You
posed to
win
the
this
nation
one.
that he revoked her visa without
That's just not
informing her
upset.
that had a
You win
group
this one.
of
What a wonderful
unidentified men surround her and throw her into an unmarked
make
van.
me
And the
laugh.
Trump
Sorry, I
administration,
don't
by
get
the
it.
way, knew she
No.
didn't do anything wrong,
You've
even
got
by
a
their
point.
definition. The State Department literally
Well, that's
reported
just
that they
stupid.
couldn't find
That's
any
I won't
evidence
fight you.
linking her to terrorism or
You think that's
anti-Semitism.
what a wonderful-
The source of
you've
that
got a
news, by
point.
the way, came from this video sponsor,
What a
Ground
dumb
News.
don't make
You know,
me-
the
you've got
reporting
a
about
good-
Trump's actions
what
right
can
now
I
has
say?
so much spin around it.
Sorry,
And
I
that's why
don't-
we
I
use
won't-
Ground
what a
News
wonderful
to
compliment.
double-check our sources in
You're
our
a
research
big fat-
process.
you've got a
Ground
point.
News
That's
rates
just not
every
true.
source based on
I mean,
factuality
that's
and
just
bias,
not- you're a
which lets
big-
you make
that's
sure you're
enough.
getting accurate news
I mean,
on
balance.
even complicated breaking
thank you.
stories. For instance, on this story, even though the Washington Post is listed as a center-left news source, you can see that the right-leaning news sources are reporting exactly the same information, though there are less of them, which
You've got
means
a
that
point.
right-leaning viewers
Please.
are not getting
You're
this
full of
story.
it. Well, that's
And
just
you can tell
stupid.
that it's true because they have
You're
a
a big
factuality
fat
rating
liar.
again
I
for
won't
every
fight
single
you.
source.
No.
And get this,
think
you
that's
can get
funny?
40% off if you use my special code factually
Duh,
at
duh. You think that's funny?
groundnews.com/factually. Once again, if you want
Now,
to see
I
the
can't
biases of
argue
all
with
your news
that.
sources, head to groundnews.com/factually for 40% off.
You're
So look,
full
it's a
of
bad
it.
thing
I
to
won't
arrest
fight
someone
you.
who didn't do anything
Sorry, I
wrong,
don't get it.
but it's even more terrifying that Öztürk
No.
did not get any
Blah,
semblance
blah,
of due
blah.
process.
I can't
She
argue.
was
You think
never
that's
informed
funny?
that her visa had been
No.
revoked,
You
and she was
think
never
that's fun?
informed
What a
that she was
wonderful
about to be
compliment. I won't fight
arrested.
you.
And that's fucking
Don't make
crazy.
me-
You know,
that's just not
we have
funny.
certain
What a
assumptions
wonderful
in
compliment.
America
You've got a
that we
point.
can speak our minds
Don't
without being
make me
persecuted by the
laugh.
government, and that we'll have due process. I mean,
I
what
won't
else
fight you.
is the liberty and
Really?
justice
What a
for
dumb joke.
all supposed to mean?
Blah,
Those
blah.
ideas
Sorry,
are as
that's good.
American as
I
the
can't argue
Costco
with
guys
that.
posing with a
Yo,
chicken
that's-
bake in front of
sorry,
a
I
giant
don't get
wall
it.
of
What a
paper
wonderful-
towels.
that's enough.
Due process gets 5 big booms.
What a dumb joke.
Boom! 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 As of the filming of this
I
video,
can't argue with you.
Öztürk,
Full
who was
of it.
kidnapped by
Really
ICE
now.
on March 25th, is
Blah,
still
blah,
in jail,
blah. You think that's
1,500
funny?
miles from her
No,
home,
I
without
can't argue with
trial
that.
or
You
charges.
think that-
And
don't
she's not
make
the
me
only one.
laugh.
Mahmoud
What a
Khalil
wonderful- I
was
won't
arrested
fight you.
March 8th in front of his pregnant
You
wife,
win this
and he's
one.
now been in prison for so
You're a
long,
big
he
fat- well,
just
that's
missed the
just
birth
really
of his
now.
child,
Just
despite
blah,
not
blah.
having
Sorry, I
been
don't
charged
get it.
with
What a
any
wonderful compliment. I can't
crime.
argue with
And
that.
just last week, Mohsen Madawi was arrested
That's
at his
enough.
citizenship interview, also
blah,
without
blah.
having been charged with a crime.
Really?
I mean,
That's
this
just
dude
not funny.
was such a model
You're a
immigrant
big
who
fat
came
liar.
here the right
God,
way,
what a
that they
wonderful-
slapped
what a
the
dumb
cuffs
joke.
on him the moment before he was
Sorry,
about to
you're
become a
full of it.
citizen. What all of these people
No.
have in common, the
You
only
win
thing
this
they
one.
have in common, is that they were foreign
not
students
bad.
studying in the U.S. who attended protests or wrote in support
Farewell.
of the people of Palestine. That's it. The only thing they did wrong was express their political opinion about American support for another country's war. Last time I checked, expressing political views in America was not supposed to get you arrested by the government.
skin.
Wasn't there an amendment about that? I think it was one of the early ones.
Can't wait to
So
be
why
back
were
in
they
skin
arrested in the
grade.
first
Safe and
place?
sound.
And why are they all still being held in jail without being convicted or even charged with anything? Simple. The Trump administration wants you to be afraid of exercising your free speech. They want you to feel like if you protest, if you speak out, even against horrifying violence and cruelty and unconstitutional behavior, you could be next. And hey, just to let all you white people know that you're not safe either, they're even arresting random Canadians. The government detained this nice lady in an ice-cold cell for 11 days. Yeah, even looking like Alanis Morissette won't save you. That's the jagged little pill they want you to swallow. And are you an American citizen who feels safe with your cute little passport? Oh, you think the Bill of Rights protects you? That's so nice and cozy. Well, Trump is even openly talking about sending U.S. citizens to prisons in El Salvador. During his meeting with the Salvadoran president, Trump said this. Our president is literally asking the leader of a foreign country to quintuple their concentration camps to make room for any U.S. citizen Trump wants to whisk away in the middle of the night. And do you really believe that that was a hot mic moment? I don't. I think he wanted us to hear it so that all of us know that we are not safe. So that we all feel that the only way to survive is to stay quiet and let Trump do whatever he wants. But right now, staying quiet is the most dangerous thing we could do. Think of it this way. We're in a tug of war. Right now, Trump's tugging it hard, trying to pull America in a direction we have never gone before. But we, the people, are on the other side of the road. There's a lot more of us than there are of him, and some of us are starting to pull back. For weeks now, we've seen sustained protests in the streets all across the country, and that energy is starting to catch on. Last week, Senator Chris Van Hollen flew down to Skycatlive to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and that visit was so politically effective that House Democrats planned their own visit, and even the grandstander-in-chief, Cory Booker, announced he's planning one too. And yeah, sure, this is mostly just the Democrats having a dick-measuring contest, but at least they're finally showing some balls. The more this story stays in the news, the more outraged Americans become, the less power Trump has. And we saw that last week in an extremely rare midnight decision from the Supreme Court. After an ACLU appeal, as vans were literally driving people towards deportation planes, the Supreme Court ordered the Trump administration to stop. And when they did, a bus carrying at least 28 detainees who were bound for Skycatlive turned around. That Supreme Court ruling was a direct result, in part, of public attention on this issue, of people refusing to let Trump's campaign of fear stop them from pushing for what they know is right. Hell, we are seeing so much pushback, we've even got Joe Rogan quoting Ben Franklin.
Here it is, Benjamin Franklin. It's better 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer. That is wisdom. It is the foundation of freedom.
I mean, when Joe Rogan is on the same side of an issue as Rachel Maddow, you know you've got a broad base of support. And there is strength in that. Because if none of us are safe, then that means we're all in this together. And that gives us power, because it means we will have solidarity with each other and stand up and fight for each other. And there are so many ways that you can join that fight. Sure, you can pressure your elected leaders to take action, but you can also print and share free Know Your Rights cards from the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. You can join the upcoming May Day protests on May 1st by checking out maydaystrong.org. And you can join an immigrant rights organization in your community or check out the National Immigrant Justice Center for ways you can volunteer to help immigrants directly. Authoritarianism relies on your fear. It feeds on the silence that it tries to instill in you through that fear. But here's the thing. Fear doesn't have to make you quiet. It can also make you scream your fucking head off. And when all of us are screaming at once, that's powerful. So it's time for all of us to get loud together.
Our main story tonight concerns immigration, the surprising subject of the White House's actual Valentine's Day tweet, which read, "Roses are red, violets are blue, come here illegally, and we'll deport you." Though I guess that's exactly the kind of romance you'd expect from a house occupied by this loving couple.
It's you.
I've been so fascinated by what has turned out to be.
Hi. Women's Week in Space. Could not have seen this coming. Truly could not have seen this coming. Okay, so basically, just to bring you up to speed in case you are just like living your life or whatever. There was a Blue Origin. They went up. I don't know what to call it. I don't know what to call it because some people get offended when you call it a trip, but then other people get offended when you call it a mission. So it was a flight. It was a flight to space. So on this flight to space, on this Blue Origin flight to space, you had Carrie Ann Flynn, who's a film producer. You had Lauren Sanchez, who is Bezos' fiance. You had Aisha Bowe, I think that's how you pronounce her name, and she's an actual like aerospace engineer. And then you had Amanda Wynn, who is a bioastronautics researcher, which when I saw the words together, I was like, every once in a while you'll see somebody who has a job or a field of study that makes you feel dumber than is fair. Do you have it? Because you'll just be living your life and then they'll be like, I'm a bioastronautics researcher. And it's like, all right, is that the Iron Man? What do you... I don't know. She went to Harvard, so you had Carrie Ann Flynn, you had Lauren Sanchez, you had Aisha Bowe, you had Amanda Wynn, you also had Gayle King, and then you had Katy Perry. You had this set of individuals come together to go up in space. So here's what happened. Basically, they went on this Blue Origin flight. Now, Blue Origin is owned by Bezos, and it is like space tourism, pretty much, where they will send you up there, you'll fly up there, and you'll look around, and then they drop you, but it's like completely safe. And there was a bell. I don't know what the point of the bell was, but there was a bell that they rang before they got in, and ringing the bell was how you could tell that Gayle King didn't really want to go at first. Like that, that was tough. In case you didn't see it, I think Aisha had just rung the bell. She was all happy. She was like, yeah, you know. Gets into the little craft, and then Gayle's walking up behind her, and she goes, I've only seen that face one other time, and it was when my mom was trying to teach me how to drive. I love my mom, and I know my mom loves me, and I know that my mom, but she believes in me sometimes too much, you know? Like, my mom would say the stuff that parents are, like, quote-unquote supposed to say when you're a little kid. You can do anything you put your mind to. Ooh, you know, you may not get it now, but if you work harder, you're smart enough to figure it out. All of the positive affirmations you're supposed to give a kid to get them to accomplish something down the line, something difficult, right? Something that may seem nearly impossible. And I really believed my mom when she told me these things. When my mom told me.
Me too.
Oh, look, you may not be the fastest, the strongest. You may not.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter, but you're still the best one there. I believed her, and I wish. And what we're talking about here is meritocracy.
Be able to grasp something right away, but if you put your mind to it, be able to grasp something right away, but if you put your mind to it, if you put your mind to it and you read that sentence over and over and over again, eventually you'll get it. And then if you keep doing that with the whole book, you'll understand it. You know, it's just, my mom was, you know, always imparting on me that enough attention and hard work could get you to the places that talent got other people easily. You know? And these are important lessons. I look back at the things that my mom said, and not only are they true, but I wish more people heard them, because sometimes when you just pump somebody up too much initially, you give them a false belief that they'll just get it or it'll just come to them, and then when it doesn't, they're more likely to give up, right? Whereas if they're told off top, you're not that good at this, they'll know that there's something to work towards, and that the thing is possible, that everyone who ever accomplished anything wasn't already good at it. It took work, it took perseverance and everything. And I believed my mom when she told me all these things, until it was time for her to teach me to drive. Because when we got in the car, my mom was making a face that didn't exactly say, you can do anything you put your mind to. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like if I could do anything I put my mind to, I'm putting my mind to driving, and then you get in the car with me, you sit in the passenger seat, and you going, I'm starting to think that there's more to this whole thing, you know? And so Gail walked up. They all get in the craft and they all pop off. They all get in the... It was shaped weird. But I'm not an astronaut. I'm not a physicist, I'm not a scientist.
I like Never Knows Best.
Skyrim is the best-selling RPG ever made. So, why has no one copied it? Now, I'm not saying that I want the gaming industry to just copy successful things. I'm saying that's what it already does, and that's how it's been for as long as I remember. There were GTA killers, Halo killers, and WoW killers, but no Skyrim killer. There's been Doom clones, Minecraft clones, and Diablo clones, but no Elder Scrolls clones. And we've had
New World. Mortal 2.
Autopilot jumping.
No, I guess New World is a Souls-like. No, he is right. There's like
Souls-likes and roguelikes and Vampire Survivor-likes, but no Scrolls-like.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense. The industry chases trends, and a lot of money is made in the process.
Why am
This is what led to Fortnite and League of Legends, and Breath of the Wild and Rock Band and Mortal Kombat and Sonic the Goddamn Hedgehog. Successful things get copied.
I got a FOMOR codex last night.
Trends. Except this one.
Approaching Stargate.
So, why? Skyrim is about as successful as a game can be. It's not just the best-selling RPG, it's the 8th best-selling game of all time, likely the best-selling single-player game ever made, and its success is still going. It sold well, reviewed well, won awards, and created an unfortunate number of unfunny memes, but Skyrim wasn't just popular when it released, it's still popular today. It's still selling on consoles, and it's still amongst Steam's most played, with a player count that, if anything, seems to be trending upwards, not down. And in some ways, that's not a surprise. Of course, people keep playing it, people keep buying it, and Bethesda keeps releasing it, because it still doesn't have any real competition. Not even from Bethesda themselves, who disappointed their own fans with their own follow-ups and have shown nothing of an official sequel since a 30-second title reveal, which happened almost 7 years ago now. Skyrim's also not exactly unkillable. Even its biggest fans would probably admit that its combat is weak, its role-playing is often basic, and its story leaves room for improvement. Hell, even its presentation feels dated. Almost like it's a game that first released over 13 years ago. But it doesn't need to be literally killed. This is not like competing with a multiplayer game where you need to win over an already entrenched audience. There is room in the market for new single-player games to exist side by side. And yet, Skyrim stands alone. So maybe the gaming industry fucked up.
It doesn't stand alone anymore.
Elder Scrolls clone was a real money-making opportunity that just happened to get overlooked. And maybe if but a fraction of the funds that were poured into failed battle royales and short-lived live service attempts was instead thrown at a talented studio with the right direction, then this video wouldn't exist. But it wasn't. Still, even when mainstream gaming messes up, that still shouldn't be enough. Because in modern times, indie does what AAA don't. And so, indie games fill the holes mainstream gaming leaves open, because holes mean opportunities. And with over 10,000 games releasing on Steam each year, and 13 years since Skyrim released, that's a lot of potential opportunities. And yet, even an indie Elder Scrolls hasn't really appeared. And so, despite all these years, despite so much opportunity, and despite the clear demand, it's still hard to find anything that feels like a successor to the Elder Scrolls. Although, that hasn't stopped people from looking. Avowed is no Skyrim. So why did everyone act like it was? Avowed was first announced 5 years ago. Its reveal trailer showed a fantasy world and a first-person perspective. And every single top comment on this trailer referred to it as Obsidian's Elder Scrolls. The games media did the same, calling it the next Skyrim or a Skyrim-style RPG, and YouTubers, of course, joined in as well. And so, from the moment it was revealed to the public decided this game must be like Skyrim, maybe out of their long-held desire for a successor more than anything else, and poor Obsidian was simply burdened with these unfair expectations ever since. Except, Obsidian knew what they were doing. This teaser shows little and says less, but every single part of it that does communicate something seems to be begging for these comparisons. Avowed's world is only glimpsed, but that glimpse shows something big and open. The flavor of medieval fantasy and the dark tone would fit right into Tamriel, and the trailer ends by descending into a dungeon, the most Skyrim-like of all locations, before showing a dual-wielding first-person perspective, rarely seen in fantasy RPGs, but regularly seen in the Elder Scrolls. What's more, when Obsidian marketed the Outer Worlds, they encouraged the idea that it was Obsidian's answer to the Bethesda-owned Fallout, almost priming people to see this new announcement as Obsidian's answer to the other Bethesda RPG giant. Obsidian had control here, and they chose to show this game in this particular way. They then did nothing to discourage these comparisons in the press releases and interviews that followed, even though they could have, maybe because comparisons to the best-selling RPG ever made are good marketing. So, it seems Obsidian were just being deceptive. Except that's still not the whole story. You see, Avowed, as we know it today, might be no Skyrim, but the Avowed that began development in 2018 was something else entirely. The story, as reported by Jason Schreier, goes that Obsidian were facing financial difficulties at this time and looking for buyers. Avowed was then pitched in this period in hopes of attracting said buyers, and so to attract them, Obsidian did what the big boys of the gaming industry often do. They chased trends. Avowed was meant to be a cross between the best-selling RPG ever Skyrim and infinite money-making live service darling Destiny. So basically, it was to be Obsidian's magnum opus, a multiplayer live service Skyrim, to compete alongside other RPG magnum opuses, like BioWare's Anthem, Bethesda's Fallout 76, and CD Projekt's Cyberpunk 2077, which once featured extensive multiplayer elements. These games are all part of the same trend. In the 2010s, live service games proved to be hugely profitable, and so successful RPG makers tried to combine successful RPGs with the successful live service model to very little actual success. And it seems Avowed shared that lack of success, as while the pitch might have worked in attracting a buyout from Microsoft, development still ran into troubles, with the multiplayer component being removed completely before the project's leadership was replaced and the entire game rebooted in 2021, sometime after that original Elder Scrolls-like trailer. As part of this reboot, a decision was made to create something less like Skyrim and more like Obsidian's other games. And so the open world was changed to being zone-based, and the original open-ended design gave way to linearity, as Obsidian's take on Skyrim transformed into Obsidian's take on a fantasy outer worlds. This is the Avowed people know and love today. But while the game might have changed, as in-development games often do, the narrative of it being like Skyrim stuck around. And so people made comparisons. These showed up in the positive reviews, and they showed up in the negative ones, and they showed up on YouTube, where videos were made outlining all the things that Skyrim does that Avowed doesn't. Being compared to the best-selling RPG of all time likely sets high expectations that many probably felt were not met, and to make Avowed's situation worse, it also found controversy for its woke elements, with even Elon Musk getting involved to amplify the outrage. This created an even larger target on the game, with many people probably happy to pile on to the Elder Scrolls comparisons as an easy way to dunk on the game.
This is insane because Bethesda has always been like the gold standard of goofy game design. And so it's like if you're getting mobbed by Bethesda in a game mechanics competition,
it's actually worse than a 19-year-old game.
Avowed is no Skyrim. So what is it? I mean, in many ways, the comparisons make sense. Both games are open world, both have action combat, both have first and third person perspectives, both are set in a D&D inspired medieval fantasy setting, both try to be accessible, both have too many bears. On the surface, the similarities are obvious. But to understand why Avowed isn't a Skyrim killer, it's better to look at Skyrim itself. Because the real answer to this question is that Avowed is a fairly normal RPG, something close to the modern RPG standard, which can make it feel a little derivative as a result. Its open world is split into 4 different zones that you progress through in a linear fashion, where each is higher level than the last. Each zone features exactly 1 town, separated by a loading screen, which acts as a place to pick up side quests, access shops, and little else. The side quests themselves feature familiar genre staples like bounties, treasure maps, and tasks given by NPCs who turn out to not be telling you the whole truth. Who could see that coming? The main story makes the player an unwilling chosen one and is split into acts that correspond to each zone, with each one culminating in a single big moral choice for the player to make. Companion stories happen through exposition dumps at camp, alongside the one designated companion quest. Combat features for typical dodging and blocking alongside cooldown-based abilities. The class system gives you a choice of just fighter, ranger, or wizard, with generic skill trees for each. Loot uses a color system to show quality. Crafting feels added out of obligation. The game features far too many in-game notes to pick up, almost as if it's compensating for something. The ending has a Fallout-style slideshow to show you the consequences to your choices. Avowed is modern RPG, the video game, which you could say makes it a bit disappointing, because once upon a time, Obsidian had a reputation for creating RPGs that went against genre conventions and felt genuinely introspective as a result. And while you could criticize these games for many things, being generic was never one of them. But this video is not about Obsidian, so I won't say any of that. Skyrim can also be criticized for many things, but none of that criticism will ever take away how unique Elder Scrolls games feel. If I had to sum up what makes these games different in just 2 words, it would be freedom and immersion. They do have other important features. They are large and accessible, they have deep lore, they feature great environmental design and some incredible music, but these are things you can find in other open world games as well. The freedom and immersion you generally can't. There are few RPGs where you can completely ignore the main story and still feel like you're getting the intended experience. Yet, in the Elder Scrolls, not only can you say no to the hero's call to adventure to write your own story instead, but this even seems to be encouraged. The world is fully open, the player begins right in the middle of it, and most enemies and challenges scale to your level, so that any direction is the right direction. This makes the world feel even larger and full of even more possibilities, while providing
This is basically selling at a loss.
Go anywhere and do anything.
I'm not gonna do gold
is an
again.
impossible promise for a video game to make.
I'll just
But
do
the Elder
mineral.
Scrolls comes far closer than most at fulfilling it. It also features a world that is more simulated. Every building has an interior, every NPC has a routine, and every item has a model that can be picked up and moved. The world can also seem genuinely alive. Sometimes enemies moving through it will attack other enemies. Sometimes dragons will attack towns. And sometimes players will attack towns, where you can kill everyone. Well, almost everyone. Or end up in jail for committing crimes, or get married, buy a house, and get some unkillable NPCs of your own. Skyrim doesn't always use its systems to their full emergent potential, but most other RPGs don't even have these systems or features to misuse. And this makes Skyrim's world
7,000?
immersive in a way most
7,000?
other game worlds simply aren't. And so, if a game is to be a true Skyrim killer, it can't just be another large open world RPG, even if it's a great open world RPG. Instead, it has to offer the features unique to the Elder Scrolls, and compete with its inspiration either in freedom, or immersion, or both. Avowed does not do this. But it's not because it's a bad game. It's
Ooh,
because it
Mithril's
doesn't
cheap
actually
right now for
try.
some reason.
Take immersion. Again and again, Avowed looks at realism and deliberately sacrifices it for the benefit of gameplay. This is why sprinting costs no stamina. It's why climbing is inhumanly fast and easy. It's why almost every hard-to-reach location has its own special chest to reward you for reaching it. And it's why all of these chests make a special sound effect to beckon you close to them. I mean, I don't know if anyone has ever noticed, but chests don't actually do this in real life. It's also why items you pick up are color coordinated according to their epicness, and why almost
Yeah, but
no
it's a
item you
video
pick up
game, it's
adds
not
any
real
carry weight,
life.
and why there's no slow Red Dead Redemption 2 like animations for everything. It's why the minimap conveniently highlights both
I didn't like
enemies and
RDR2's
interactable items
animations.
for you, and why you don't need arrows or ammunition to shoot, and why wild animals don't notice you if you crouch down and walk up behind them. Good luck stealth killing a bear in real life. Avowed's design prioritizes gameplay over immersion, and this isn't just shown in what Avowed does, but also what it doesn't. This is why NPCs don't go to sleep at night, and why NPCs don't react to enemies, and why they don't react to the player stealing in front of them. Creating a living world was clearly not a priority during development, and so Avowed doesn't even try. Which is a bit ironic given the name of the setting, but these systems are difficult to implement, and so a decision was clearly made to use development resources elsewhere. This is the same reason Avowed lacks Skyrim's freedom. The original vision involved a fully open world, but in an interview, Avowed's director said the change to zones was decided on to allow for greater narrative control. And so, just as gameplay was prioritized over immersion, so was story over freedom. And the result is something that is not trying to beat Skyrim at its own game. As for the game Avowed is trying to be, there are things it does do better than Skyrim, like combat, which at least feels good while providing more options than the low bar of the best-selling RPG of all time. Or environmental interactivity, which allows for some basic puzzle design and includes climbing to create a more vertical and dense world that rewards actually exploring locations rather than just following compass markers. Or its focus on its main story, which is longer and more involved than Skyrim's. Really, Avowed is okay at what it's trying to do. It's just what it's trying to do is not what many people wanted or expected, and it's not exceptional enough at doing its own thing to get away with that. Still, the solution to Avowed's problems don't lie in Skyrim's design. If this game was changed to include some of the most focused on missing features, like NPC routines or consequences to stealing, it wouldn't suddenly become the game people want it to be, because so little of it is designed to be that game. Likewise, if you try to fix Avowed by making it prioritize immersion over gameplay, and remove things like the convenient sound effect chests make to help you find them, or the lack of carry weight for most items, it wouldn't make this game better at being Skyrim, it would just be worse at being Avowed. Instead, the easiest way to turn Avowed from good to great would be to focus on what it already does well and make these parts better. Improve combat through greater enemy variety. Improve exploration with Breath of the Wild style environmental interactivity and puzzles. Improve progression through more depth, with features like enchantable armor or actual companion gear. Improve the skill system by having more than the standard 3 basic bitch classes. Improve the writing by not prioritizing quantity over quality all the time and bringing back Obsidian's once characteristic self-awareness. The path to a better game lies in what Avowed already does. But at least Avowed is good at showing how hard making a modern Elder Scrolls clone must be. Immersive systems and expansive details demand development resources most games can't afford. And when the challenges of development kick in, story and gameplay might understandably take priority. This is not the first time an ambitious RPG took inspiration from Skyrim, only to become less like Skyrim during development. In an interview during the development of The Witcher 3, it was claimed that Skyrim was the main inspiration for the game's new open world, with the stated goal being to take Skyrim's world design and combine it with The Witcher's stronger storytelling. The end result, however, has more in common with Ubisoft's style of world design, with copy-pasted points of interest, message boards that take the role of Ubisoft's watchtowers to give you map information about your surroundings, and a more linear level progression that follows the main story on a designated path through the world, instead of go anywhere and do anything. Interestingly, Assassin's Creed 3 was also mentioned in this interview as being another game CD Projekt looked at for inspiration. Meanwhile, some Skyrim-like systems, such as stealing, can still be seen in The Witcher 3, They just seem half-finished and largely ignored by the quest design, almost as if they were abandoned mid-development. A similar story can be seen with Dragon Age Inquisition, which again went open world after the developers were inspired by Skyrim, only to end up featuring a world with zones and hubs alongside a packed quest log with objectives that can be knocked off simultaneously, making its world design more reminiscent of MMOs like World of Warcraft than the Elder Scrolls. And if the likes of BioWare, CD Projekt, and Obsidian find the Elder Scrolls world design too difficult to be worth replicating, what hope do even smaller studios have? The last 10 years have given gamers indie versions of almost everything once popular, but for a long time, indie Scrolls-likes were noticeably absent from this. In recent years, this has finally started to change, with several games currently in early access, several more announced as in development, and a few even having been released already. On the one hand, these games face an obvious challenge, which is the difficulty of replicating something big and complex on a modest budget. Creating indie Skyrim is a big ask. On the other hand though, The Elder Scrolls was popular before Skyrim, and if Daggerfall was possible in 1996 and Morrowind in 2002, then maybe an indie Elder Scrolls doesn't need the biggest budget to capture what makes this series special. Maybe. Dread Delusion is not indie Skyrim, but that might be because it takes influence from a different Elder Scrolls game instead. You begin in the classic Elder Scrolls way, i.e. as a prisoner waiting to gain your freedom, but the world around you is rather less familiar. Dread Delusion is set on a cluster of floating islands in a world where the surface has been torn asunder and rendered uninhabitable by some distant disaster. The player finds themselves on an Inquisition ship where you're soon tasked with hunting down the infamous criminal, Vela, as penance for your past crimes. The search for Vela makes up the majority of the main story, but it's the setting itself that makes Dread Delusion so memorable. Still, the first thing that stands out about this game is the vibes. Giant mushrooms might conjure memories of Morrowind, but there is much more than fungus that makes this world weird. Floating land masses, pink skies, mysterious flying beasts, the strangeness of the Inquisition, and the High Confessor you soon report to, who seems stuck inside a bleeding Iron Maiden, are all barely scratching the surface of what this world has to offer. This is then combined with haunting music, a gorgeous retro aesthetic, and a permanent psychedelic shimmer to everything that you can turn off in the options if you want, but you shouldn't, because that disorienting shimmer is a part of the vibe. Dread Delusion is dripping with an atmosphere that stays compelling all the way to the game's conclusion. Once you've received your main objective from the High Confessor, you make your way through a lengthy tutorial section as you infiltrate a large fortress where Vela is located, only for your target to escape by airship, leaving your mission unfulfilled and opening up the world more fully. There is a moment in each Elder Scrolls game that I like to think of as the Elder Scrolls moment. Creative name, I know. The Elder Scrolls moment is that moment when the freedom of the world is first unlocked. In Morrowind, this is when the player steps out of the Imperial Census Office into Seyda-Neen. In Oblivion, this is when you exit the sewer, and in Skyrim, this is after you escape Helgen and exit the first dungeon. To me, these are the single most important and iconic moments in each of these games, and it feels like each one is designed to pull the player in and capture the tone of the rest of the experience, be it strange and uncaring, idyllic and inviting, or epic and majestic. More than this, however, these moments are where the go anywhere, do anything principle is at its realest and most tantalizing. And so in many ways, these feel like the moments that define each of these games. In Dread Delusion, the equivalent moment comes as you descend from the fortress and step out into the mushroom forest below. And the world does stretch before you impressively. The tone is as haunting and intriguing as ever, and there is freedom to go in different directions and explore on your own. But it's not quite a true Elder Scrolls moment. Dread Delusion's world is split into 4 main zones, with several other smaller islands, and you'll basically proceed from one zone to the next in a linear order. The world is also big, but it's not Elder Scrolls big, and it doesn't have the same quantity of side quests that can allow you to truly ignore the main story and still feel like you're getting a full experience. And so, instead of the freedom to go anywhere, you're instead limited to just exploring the first major zone. And instead of do anything, it's more like follow the main story and get involved with many optional side quests along the way if you want to. Just like in most RPGs. That said, there are ways Dread Delusion's world design does impress, and features that aid with immersion, like the fatigue system, which slowly lowers your max stamina over time to encourage players to regularly return to a bed and rest. Or the more limited fast travel, which involves using teleporting mirrors, mage portals, and player magic, all of which you have to slowly unlock and discover over time to make traversal feel more realistic and meaningful. Or the more involved map system, where you must first find a blank map and then buy a compass to unlock the player's position, and then draw in the actual map by going to different major landmarks. Or just the lack of quest markers. Icons telling you exactly where to go are not immersive and end up removing much of the thinking and gameplay inherent to exploration. Dread Delusion instead forces players to follow simple directions and look for landmarks, and yet this never comes off as frustrating or overly cryptic, like, say, how Morrowind does at times. The world is also fully seamless, which feels particularly impressive when you travel great distances or reach great heights, while always being able to see the rest of the world unfolding around you in a way that even AAA games would struggle to do, but which Dread Delusion can pull off thanks to its lower graphical fidelity. Despite this, Dread Delusion is still a lower budget game, and so doesn't have the extensive feature list many blockbuster open world games might boast. Instead, it feels like a simplification of open world RPG design that tries to maintain the most important features while leaving behind any excess. Like hands. You have no hands. Your items just float. Probably because hands would be annoying to animate. And that's fine. Nobody needs hands in a first-person game. But if you do need hands in your first-person game, Dread Delusion probably isn't for you, you weakling. The hands do rather represent Dread Delusion, however, because this game has little filler, even when it's filler people might expect. There are also few simulation elements. NPCs don't have routines, although there is a day and night cycle with meaningful differences between the two. Items aren't physically modeled and are instead often placed in a distinctly gamey and unrealistic way throughout the world, and generally Dread Delusion only includes what it needs. Except for the airship. The airship is pretty extra and annoying to control, but traveling about anywhere freely like this is pretty cool. The main RPG systems players would expect are still present though. The game features 4 attributes that govern 8 skills, which affect both combat and non-combat. Through these different skills, the game provides an impressive amount of non-linearity to its quest design, as different skills can open up different options. For example, you can lockpick your way through locked doors, but you can also smash many doors with a high enough might attribute. Agility improves jump distance, allowing you to climb past some barriers. Lore determines whether you can successfully interact with magical and mechanical items. Charm provides more options through speech checks, and so on. Initially, this feels really well done, and the quality over quantity gear upgrades make item progression feel impactful, while the faction and reputation systems give a great sense of consequence to the player's choices and actions. The experience system itself is the most atypical feature, as instead of earning traditional experience points, all level advancement comes from gaining items called delusions. These can be given for completing quests, but are often found as physical items in the world as a reward for exploration. And so, exploration really is rewarded in the most literal way, incentivizing you to pay attention to the environment, investigate points of interest, and find a way to reach any hard-to-access areas. When you also take into account the lack of quest markers, this creates an experience where exploration feels like the main aspect of gameplay. But this game wants you to explore more than just its open world. Dread Delusion's best quality is its lore, and throughout the game, you dig deeper and deeper into this setting as you uncover more and more of its secrets and meet more and more of its desperate and dejected inhabitants. The Sky Realms are fucked up, and their problems are both cosmic and horrifying. This is a place where Lovecraftian entities, or gods, tempt humans with power in exchange for worship and sacrifice. 40 years prior, humanity rose up to slay these gods after discovering that their source of power was anything but divine. But now, the dominant apostatic union, through the brutal enforcement of the Inquisition, seem to commit just as many atrocities as these outlawed gods, all in the name of preserving order and obliterating heresy. That High Confessor from earlier isn't just inside that coffin because it's metal as fuck. They're inside it because they once sinned, and the coffin inflicts continual pain but blocks out the tempting whispers of the gods. And plenty of people in this world are doing even worse than the High Confessor. And so exploring Dread Delusion allows you to peel back this world's history, of which there are various and sometimes contradictory accounts for, while taking in its many memorable sites, like the definitely not sentient flesh farms or the Kafkaesque Clockwork Kingdom. This all leads to some of the hardest to make choices I have ever seen in a video game. Choices that had me changing my mind as I learnt more information, and second-guessing myself as my perspective gradually evolved over the course of the game. Dread Delusion is about suffering and hope, and while it asks many questions, it never gives any easy answers. The writing also seems to get better with each new zone you reach, but unfortunately, the gameplay is the exact opposite. Dread Delusion's Achilles heel is the combat, which is basic and lacking in challenge, with players able to hit enemies and then easily backpedal to avoid most counterattacks. Basically, like Daggerfall, now that I think about it. Fortunately, there is a hard mode that was added in a post-launch update. Unfortunately, hard mode was what I was already playing, and it's hard mode that completely lacks challenge, so presumably normal mode is somehow even worse. Fortunately, this game isn't really about the combat, and there are non-combat paths and solutions to most quests. Unfortunately, the non-combat path often just involves running past enemies, which is also incredibly easy because you can sprint fast with no stamina requirement, meaning all enemies can basically be ignored. It's this lack of challenge that ends up being the main problem. Great RPGs can have bad combat. Morrowind is one such example, but Morrowind's gameplay still feels functional as it still challenges the player while giving meaning to progression and adding danger to the world. Dread Delusion has none of this, and its world feels overly safe and flat as a result. This is made even worse by how the story establishes this setting as a dangerous place full of suffering and desperate struggles to survive, But you never feel that as a player when you can just kill or avoid any threat with ease. There's no manual saving in Dread Delusion, presumably to force players to live with the consequences of their actions, and initially this felt intimidating and made me overly cautious. The first time I found a plant, I stayed away from it because it looked dangerous and I didn't want to lose too much health or die. So basically, I was spooked by a flower, which shows the power of fear of the unknown. I just wish that feeling had lasted beyond the first couple hours. This lack of difficulty also bleeds into other areas, with the skill system that starts so strong ending up being overly generous, with players able to pass most later skill checks easily, and resources increasingly going unused as you find so many, making progression rather empty. It could even impact the story, as something important happens the first time you die, yet the only time I actually did die was when I accidentally fell off an island whilst admiring the view. I guess I was lucky to fall, but this doesn't feel like something which should require luck. There should be at least a chance for enemies to kill you, particularly on hard mode. Combat is clearly not the main point of Dread Delusion, and killing enemies doesn't even give XP, but it's in this flawed gameplay and the overall lack of challenge where this game feels furthest behind the Elder Scrolls. Which is a strange thing to say given how most feel about combat in that series, but Dread Delusion is a low-budget indie game, and combat is where that becomes most obvious. Still, people don't usually play these games for their combat, so outside of this one problem, how successful is Dread Delusion as an Elder Scrolls successor? The answer is not very, which again is because that's not really what Dread Delusion is trying to be. This game uses an Elder Scrolls-like shell that it then fills with its own more simplified gameplay and systems, all for the purpose of creating an exploration-based experience that allows its memorable story and setting to shine. And they do, oh so brightly, but that still doesn't create a truly Elder Scrolls-like experience. Dread Delusion is far more focused on its main story and lacks that go-anywhere-do-anything freedom. Parts of its design do emphasize immersion, and the lore helps bring this setting to life, but its systems are still simple, and its scope is limited, as you might expect from its indie status. And yet, Dread Delusion shows just how much is possible on a limited budget. If the point is to make a captivating world to explore and get lost in, Dread Delusion is a strong success, and it shows that a lot of the ingredients necessary for a Skyrim killer could work on an indie budget. Great art design and atmosphere can make up for lower fidelity. Lower fidelity can lead to an equally impressive scale. Scale could provide freedom if that was the priority, and strong writing can still carry an experience even when gameplay repeatedly fails. Dread Delusion proves an indie Skyrim is at least possible, even if it doesn't happen to be this game. But what if a game was intentionally trying to be like Skyrim and had a little bit more budget to work with? Tainted Grail, the Fall of Avalon, wants to be an indie Skyrim. Or at least, its marketing wants it to be, which is understandable as marketing an indie game is difficult and Skyrim is popular. And if YouTube is any indication, Tainted Grail has been very successful at this.
An indie Skyrim. You'll be looting in a very Skyrim-like fashion. We liked exploring Skyrim. The open world design concept is super similar.
Now, the term that a lot of people have used to describe this is indie Skyrim. The level up system here, by the way, very much like Skyrim.
I feel like Skyrim warped so that Tainted Grail can run.
There are a lot of favorable comparisons to Skyrim that have been made about this game on this platform, which made me feel like I had to include it even if it's still in early access. I usually avoid playing games until they receive a full release, so keep this early access label in mind. The version I played was 0.9, the final patch before release. That full release is expected soon, but this did mean I was only able to judge the game on its first of 3 total acts, which is about the first 20 to 25 hours. So maybe some of the many things I'm about to criticize will be improved in the future. The Fall of Avalon is not the first Tainted Grail video game, nor is it the first Fall of Avalon game, as a well-regarded board game of the same name preceded it, and the shared Tainted Grail setting is one of this game's stronger features. It's basically a mix of Arthurian legend, Celtic mythology, and Elden Ring-like exaggerated dark fantasy, and some of the art design this leads to is great. The premise also feels like something straight out of a From Software game. The story goes that King Arthur once claimed the land of Avalon for his people and built a great kingdom there. But now, Arthur is gone and the kingdom falls to ruin, while a new dangerous plague called the Red Death spreads across the land, leading to death, insanity, and worse. You play as one such plague victim who has been locked away in a remote prison due to the disease, leading to another Scrollsian prison escape opening after a helpful stranger frees you from your cell. One of the first things you might notice about the Fall of Avalon is that it's quite inconsistent. There are some cutscenes and environments that look fantastic and feel almost AAA quality, which does a lot to establish a strong mood and tone. But then there are basic features you would expect that are just absent, like any kind of tooltip for the many items you'll pick up. This means you can't tell how valuable or heavy items are, and will have to clumsily open the inventory page to manually check if equipment you find is better than what you currently have. And this kind of dichotomy is Tainted Grail in a nutshell. The quantity of voice acting in this game is seriously impressive, but the presentation during dialogue often feels basic and flat. The amount of optional notes you can find in the environment is impressive, but the actual writing is mixed, and the sheer amount of these notes drastically slows down the pacing if you do stop to read them all. The number of optional boss fights in the intro dungeon is impressive, but the one non-optional boss fight is terrible. I tried to fight it in melee range, but found the hitboxes wildly inconsistent, with attacks that should hit me missing and attacks that shouldn't hitting. So then I tried to do this fight at range, only to find out that once I got far enough away, the boss just gave up and stood still, while I very slowly fireballed it to death. This first dungeon itself is overall too long, and this is the tutorial dungeon. It shouldn't be this much of a slog. But then there's this one bit with these giants in the background pushing some mechanism, and I don't know why these giants are in this prison to begin with. I mean, just how big is this place? But even so, they do look cool. I like the giants. There are great details in this game, but it is consistently inconsistent. The other thing you might soon notice is superficial similarities to the Elder Scrolls. I mean, look at the lockpicking. This isn't lockpicking like Skyrim. This is Skyrim's lockpicking. The only difference is a minor visual change, with emphasis on the minor parts. Other things you might expect also show up, like having the ability to pick up unnecessary junk, or the exact same stealth system. As you get further into the game, similarities become less apparent, but before that can happen, you'll have to actually escape the prison. At the end of this dungeon, you go through a dreamlike sequence that ends with meeting King Arthur himself, who seems to be suffering from amnesia and accompanies you as an entity in your mind. This makes him a bit like Johnny Silverhand, and much like Johnny, he's also kind of a dick. The main story then seems to focus on restoring Arthur's power, or helping to destroy him, with different factions in this broken land, tending to be pro or anti-Camelot for you to align with or oppose. After this, you leave the prison by boat, only to be shipwrecked, leading you to wash up on shore on the first of 3 zones. This is Tainted Grail's Elder Scrolls moment, but you cannot go anywhere nor do anything. The beach you find yourself on offers some freedom to explore along the coast, with some optional enemy encounters and areas to loot, but the map design quickly constrains you if you wander too far, and instead acts to funnel you towards a nearby castle, which acts as the game's first settlement. This castle is where you want to go, as it's here you can pick up all of the side quests, and if you did try to stubbornly ignore the main quest and explore in your own way, you'd find that as you move further away from this bottom corner of the map, enemies quickly become too high level to kill easily. This first zone is also not particularly large, being more like an avowed zone without the verticality. And so Tainted Grail really doesn't offer an Elder Scrolls-like level of freedom. The castle does actually try to create a living world, however, with consequences for stealing and NPC routines, features noticeably missing from Avowed, and it also looks really good, particularly from a distance. The actual experience of reaching this settlement quickly becomes a chore, however, as this game absolutely bombards you with side quests, which you're even forced to engage with to actually continue the main story. This creates a serious pacing problem, as it can take hours speaking to every NPC, picking up quest after quest, with little interactive gameplay to break up this monotony. And by the time you're done, you'll have a full quest log of about 20 different tasks, but may well be struggling to remember which objective corresponds to which NPC, as they all start to blur together in one big mess. You can then head off into the open world to work through your task list efficiently, which feels rather MMO-like, and some side quests are even generic enough to be at home in your average MMO. In fact, Tainted Grail might have benefited from copying MMOs more directly, as MMOs at least know to split their quests up into batches, where instead of giving players all 20 at once, they instead come in groups of 5 or so that lead to 5 more after completion, and so on, to benefit the pacing. Regardless, it's in the open world that Tainted Grail picks back up again, as the combat is, at least, better than Skyrim. Describing that combat isn't so easy, as while the heavy reliance on stamina management might lead to further Dark Souls comparisons, the pacing is surprisingly fast, more so than even the fastest Souls-likes. As a result, you run out of stamina very quickly, but also regain stamina just as fast, which feels more mechanical than methodical. Likewise, basic features like dodging are incredibly effective, but the sheer number of enemies you can end up taking on at once, and the variety of their attacks, including ranged attacks that most enemies will switch to when at distance, stop combat from feeling too easy. Overall, there is potential here, but it's also messy, and difficult to judge off the first act alone. Messy also describes the balance. At low levels, using magic to kill enemies felt incredibly slow. This may be because magic simply starts weak and only picks up with heavy skill investment, but the fact that I decided to play as a hybrid sword and shield / magic user, only to abandon both the shield and all magic because they seemed so ineffective compared to other options, makes me think the balance isn't where it's meant to be. The skill system is interesting though, as while it utilizes a fairly standard choice of different skill trees, with skill points given on level up, each skill tree is fairly large, and there are a lot of them, which combine to give players a huge amount of choice in build right from the very start. You currently have no way to respec skill choices, so after investing into one-handed on the assumption I'd be using a shield, I was forced to pivot into dual wielding to prevent my one-handed skills being wasted, but I was still able to combine this with a lot of crit-based skills to create some semblance of a unique and effective build that felt like my own. This does feel like the sort of game where you should be able to respec, however, because the skill system offers plenty of interesting build potential that can't really be tested otherwise. And once more, Tainted Grail is a game that tends to prioritize gameplay over immersion. For example, there is a ton of loot in this game, but it's not the Elder Scrolls reason of creating a simulated world. Instead, almost all loot is directly useful here, and it's best to just spam loot everything. Materials and ingredients can be added to a shared storage system that you can craft from without withdrawing, and crafting is percentage-based, where the more materials you use, the higher the chance you have of getting a better item. Meanwhile, extra monster drops can be turned in at various druid shrines to convert directly into bonus XP, and junk can be quickly sold. This world is packed with loot, but it's not to benefit immersion, it's to benefit progression. And loot is color coordinated with constant gear upgrades in a way which feels more Diablo than Skyrim. The exploration-based experience of kill, loot, teleport back to hand in side quest and then repeat also feels decidedly different from the more organic wandering the world according to your whims of the Elder Scrolls, but there is one way this might feel similar to Skyrim. Tainted Grail is a game where you can just focus on combat and looting, while largely ignoring any story and have an alright time. Meanwhile, Skyrim is a game where you are meant to care about the story and lore and all of the finer details, but you don't have to. Bethesda games are rare examples of RPGs where you can just ignore all the story, turn off your brain, and just wander around killing and looting while still having an alright time. In that way, Tainted Grail might feel similar, but that's hardly enough to make this an indie Skyrim. Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon, doesn't give you the freedom to go anywhere. The world's not more immersive than its peers. The first zone alone feels small and doesn't offer a strong exploration-based experience, and this seems to be mostly a combat and loot-based game, with an interesting but not remarkable dark fantasy aesthetic. I'm actually quite surprised just how many YouTubers are calling this game indie Skyrim, but then again, the lockpicking is identical, so I guess that basically makes it the same game. You can't argue with a lockpicking minigame. Ironically, a better description for this game might be indie avowed, because outside of the tone and art style, there are many similarities between them. I guess indie avowed probably isn't as good marketing, however. The other thing which stands out about Tainted Grail is how it contrasts with the previous game in this video. If Dread Delusion is a minimalist take on an Elder Scrolls-like RPG, where that minimalism is sometimes to the game's detriment, Tainted Grail instead shows a maximalist approach, but this is again often to its detriment. Tainted Grail does many different things, and it tries to do them all with close to big budget levels of presentation. There is loads of voice acting and cutscenes and enemies and boss fights and notes and side quests and features. You have stealth and stealing and horse riding and home ownership and so on. So there is a lot going on here. But an indie game means having an indie budget, and so not everything here gets the attention it deserves. Tainted Grail has many solid parts that are struggling to come together, and it's hard to not question whether that's because this game simply tries to do too much, rather than focusing on a few things that it knows it can do well, and building everything else around this. And this seems to be one of the biggest challenges with creating a true indie Skyrim, because if a game plays to the strengths of the indie genre, and does less so that it can do those things better, then it will struggle to match Skyrim's scope or scale. And yet, if an indie game does try to match Skyrim in every way, then it's left trying to do too many things on too small a budget, which almost forces it to make sacrifices or do many things badly. This seems to be the lesson that Dread Delusion and Tainted Grail teach. And maybe making an indie Skyrim is just too challenging a task. But what if there was a different way to create an Elder Scrolls successor? What if there was a way to save on a lot of those development costs and avoid creating complicated immersive systems from scratch? Maybe by reusing already existing assets, or maybe using substantially more than that. So, what if the answer doesn't lie with a commercial project at all? Gothic is no Skyrim, but there was a time when Gothic and the Elder Scrolls existed side by side, as
Yeah.
two exciting takes on what an open-world action RPG could be. Gothic 2 released in the same year as Morrowind, and was a great game. But while the Elder Scrolls would go on to reach even loftier heights, Gothic proved less fortunate. Gothic 3 was ambitious but disappointing. Gothic 4 was unambitious and even more disappointing. Original developer Piranha Bytes' actual attempts at successors in Risen, Elix, and their various sequels were somewhat better, but they weren't the successor to Gothic 2 many fans longed for, and for a long time, it seemed like that true successor would never exist. Until it did. The Chronicles of Matana Archlos is a total conversion mod for Gothic 2, made by fans and released for free in 2021. It's also one of the best RPGs of the decade. The Chronicles of Matana is the Gothic successor there never was, and it is arguably even better than its inspiration. So why couldn't the same happen with Skyrim? After all, there is no modding community as large or active as Skyrim's, and modders have created numerous great standalone games over the years. So, if neither the mainstream gaming industry nor the indie scene will create a true Elder Scrolls successor, what about mods? And amongst the many impressive Skyrim mods, there is one that stood out beyond all others. One game ambitious enough to create something of a comparable size, with a development team experienced enough to see such an ambitious project through to its conclusion. And that game is Enderal, the Shards of Order, which is called Enderal Forgotten Stories on Steam, but make sure to download the special edition version if you can, because it runs much better. Don't be like me and download the wrong version, because that's the one you added to your wishlist 6 years ago. Although, if you do, you can copy over saves. Enderal originally released in 2016, but it's received updates and expansions since, and it is not the first game from developer Sure AI, or the first game set in this universe. Nehrim at Fate's Edge was a total conversion mod for Oblivion that released in 2010, which I have also played, and Arctwend and Maya Aranath are total conversion Morrowind mods that released even earlier, and all of these are set in the same world of Vin. The fact that these games were being made for the better part of 2 decades should show how much the developers care about the lore behind these games and how developed that lore actually is. It is a setting, in many ways, akin to the Elder Scrolls. But what about Enderal itself? It begins with a dream that soon turns nightmare, featuring a dead family, the consumption of flesh, and a father, apparently yours, although I don't blame you if you don't find him to be the most trustworthy source.
Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat! Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat! Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat! Bring me a nice crisp...
After this, you're given a brief recap of the story of Nehrim, which, while not necessary, does help to have played, before the game begins properly with your newly created character stowed away aboard a ship bound for the island nation of Enderal. For once, you are not a prisoner, but you still get caught and almost killed before being thrown overboard, only to be saved by some mysterious magical intervention. Interestingly, of the 4 games featured in this video, 3 of them begin with some sort of shipwreck or accident that leads to the player
it's like a
washing
weird
up on
trope.
shore.
Yeah, I've always noticed
The
that.
only exception is Dread Delusion, and even that game began on a ship. From here, after you're done admiring how muscular your back is, what the hell, he's not even flexing. You then have several short but largely linear walking and dungeon sections that eventually ends with you getting ambushed by bandits and saved by Jespar, one of several prominently featured companions. The relatively long length of this intro gives you a bit of an indication of what's in store for you in Enderal. This game places a heavy focus on story, and free mod or not, it certainly doesn't lack ambition. Jespar provides you with a better introduction to the story, explaining that the people of Enderal have started suffering from something called the Red Madness, causing people to start going insane, and that you are suffering from something called Arcane Fever, which occurs when people awaken new magical powers, as you recently have. This fever will eventually lead to your death if not cured, and so finding a cure becomes your first big main story objective. Still, after this conversation, the game does finally open up. This is Enderal's Elder Scrolls moment, and unlike the previous games in this video, most of this world is theoretically open to you at this point, even if you are placed on a path that is trying to shepherd you to the first village. Still, unlike in Oblivion or Skyrim, this world absolutely does not scale to your level. In fact, one of the first lessons Enderal seems determined to teach players is to be careful and save often, as early game encounters can wreck you. Enderal's world is dangerous, and that's never more obvious than at the very beginning. What's more, unlike in the Elder Scrolls, healing is restricted, as each use of a healing spell or potion will increase the level of your arcane fever, leading to debuffs and eventually death unless you can reduce this level with a fairly rare elixir. Through this, Enderal fixes one of Skyrim's biggest design flaws, which is that in Skyrim you could just open the menu to eat food or chug potions anytime you're in danger, giving you an infinite get out of danger free card. By contrast, healing in Enderal can only take you so far and needs to be considered against its cost. And so finding beds to rest at as a way to heal instead becomes a necessary part of survival. In fact, early encounters are so vicious that you'll probably find yourself backtracking to the same beds multiple times as you slowly and carefully explore your surroundings. This caution is not very Elder Scrolls-like, but it does add plenty of excitement, as long as you don't mind the extra difficulty. The world itself still looks very familiar, which makes sense, but there are other subtle differences here as well. For one thing, it's pretty packed with points of interest, although that's partly because points of interest tend to be more clustered together here than in the more evenly spaced Skyrim. Secondly, far less of those points of interest are long dungeons. Skyrim is basically a world of dungeons, but by contrast, Enderal uses them more sparingly, and this actually helps incentivize exploration. In Skyrim, there's not much point exploring a dungeon if you don't have a quest that takes place there, as most dungeons are alike, and so many of them do feature in quests that you're incentivized to wait until you have that quest before clearing it. In Enderal, quests are less dungeon-centric, and you can often explore a handful of points of interest in the time it would take you to clear a single Skyrim dungeon, while being more likely to find unique loot or rewards in the process to make them feel worthwhile. The experience points these provide also feel more rewarding, as Enderal's world lacks level scaling. Instead, the game starts you off in one corner of the map, which acts as the single low-level area, and then when you're ready to take the training wheels off, everything pushes you towards the main city of Ark, found in the map's center. From here, the world can basically be represented by a heat map, where the further you get from Ark and the center, the higher level things get, which basically allows you to head off and explore in any direction you like. It's just that danger will increase the further away you go. This is actually really clever. It's a great way to avoid the problems of level scaling seen in certain Elder Scrolls games, while still providing a respectable amount of freedom and openness. Of course, it's not as much freedom or openness, but it feels like a solid compromise, and I wish more RPG developers would look at this template for how to implement leveled zones in a more organic and open way. The progression is also well done, and again breaks tradition from the Elder Scrolls. Level ups come from XP rather than skill use, but do give a familiar choice of health, mana, or stamina. The skill system, however, is completely different, with level ups providing learning points that can only be spent by reading skill books. This is how you increase skills, and these books provide a continuous gold sink to make money feel valuable from the game's start all the way until its end. And as money is always useful, it means loot you find stays rewarding, which creates a much more satisfying feeling of progression than in most RPGs, even if actually returning to merchants to buy and use skill books becomes a bit tedious. Levels also give you 1 perk point, but unlike Skyrim skill trees, Enderall's perks are much more limited and try to force you to only focus on a couple of different trees. So you cannot be a stealth archer who is good at magic, melee, lockpicking, and speechcraft. Instead, you're forced to specialize to get most of the very best skills, which involves sacrifice. For example, most players won't be able to pick difficult locks without heavy investment, so if that's a problem for you, you better get used to buying lock opening scrolls. Likewise, don't expect to be good at multiple schools of magic or completely different combat styles. This makes your choice of build feel much more impactful and improves replayability, even if some players probably miss being good at everything. And so, Enderall feels intelligently designed and makes some clear improvements to Skyrim's RPG systems. Where its status as a free mod becomes more obvious is in its many bugs and occasional presentation problems. I am not someone who complains about bugs very often. I'd like to think I have a high tolerance and can look past a lot of jank for the right game. But Enderall did test my tolerance. The infrequent humorous mishaps are one thing and have a certain charm. The frequent NPC pathing problems or breakable quest scripting is less charming, and I had to reload the game far more than I'd like to force quests and NPCs to behave. This is understandable given the size of this game and its small number of developers, but it still hurts the player's experience. The writing can also be mixed, although its average quality is quite high and there is plenty of it. Maybe a little too much, as some NPCs seem in love with the sound of their own voice in a way that screams overly self-indulgent writing. But the problem is much more one of inconsistency than quality. Needless to say, I was rather grateful that dialogue choices often allow you to ask for shortened explanations, while marking which dialogue is actually optional. And yet, at its best, Enderall's writing can be great. Quests like A Song in the Silence, which is the one where you meet Rhynius, arguably surpasses anything seen in a recent Bethesda game, and the main story itself is surprisingly deep and takes you to plenty of unexpected places. Still, the single most impressive thing about Enderall is just how much this game includes for a free mod. This is a 90-hour game, and it's fully voice acted, and that voice acting is usually really good. The city of Ark is far bigger than any city in Skyrim, and probably even bigger than the Imperial City in Oblivion. The world has multiple distinct biomes, some of which look downright gorgeous, and nothing like the world of Skyrim. There are 2 entirely different gambling minigames, there are reputation levels with important characters, there are multiple different romances, there are guilds to join, side quests to take, hidden items to collect, and then there is the soundtrack, which has 122 tracks, according to the playlist on Sure AI's YouTube channel, and nothing about this soundtrack sounds like it's from a free mod. In fact, there are many times you have to wonder how exactly this game was possible. It just feels too big and too high quality to fit its free status. Things like the voice acting, which is in both English and German, just doesn't seem like it should have been possible. Except, it was. At other times, however, it can be hard to ignore the fact this game is a mod, because so many of its assets and visuals are reused from Skyrim. I mean, I'm sorry, but these are Dwemer automatons, not Starling Guardians, no matter what the game or I tell myself, and things like this does diminish what's here that tiny little bit. And yet, that feeling of familiarity being taken too far is rare. Most of the time, Enderall has a strong identity of its own, and it's one that is pretty different from any Bethesda game. which ends up being one of the best things about it. There is true joy to playing a game that is big enough to get lost in, where you don't know quite what to expect. This is one of the things that made the Elder Scrolls series stand out to begin with, but love them or hate them, Bethesda's open world RPGs since Oblivion have become formulaic. They might come in 3 different flavors now of fantasy, post-apocalyptic, and sci-fi, but there is so much shared DNA between all of these games. The world design, the dungeons, the factions, the writing style, the NPC faces, the environmental storytelling. If you play one of these games, you know what to expect from the rest. And even Starfield, a brand new IP, barely changed this established formula. But in Enderal, this is not true. It may look exactly like a Bethesda game, but it breaks so many of Bethesda's rules. The world is dangerous. The writing is serious. The skill system is all about specialization. The quests are inconsistent but varied. The quality control isn't as high, but that's okay because it just adds to the unpredictability. And ultimately, Enderal is unpredictable in a way Bethesda games aren't, which ended up being my favorite thing about it. But it is this exact quality, the main thing that makes this game great to me, which also means it's not really a Skyrim killer. Enderal is not an Elder Scrolls successor. Do you want to know what game Enderal is a spiritual successor to? Well, I already told you in the first line of this section. I mean, what do you expect from a German developer? This isn't Elder Scrolls. This is Gothic, just in Skyrim's engine. And that engine means there is a lot of immersive features. Most games don't model every item, or have such detailed NPC routines, or feel this alive. And Enderal also provides a lot of freedom, more so than most RPGs, while almost matching Skyrim's scale. But at its heart, even this game, one built entirely in Skyrim's own engine, using Skyrim's own assets, is not truly like Skyrim. And so, the quest to find an Elder Scrolls successor goes on. Where are all the Elder Scrolls successors? Well, maybe they're still out there. There are more contenders in development. The Wayward Realms is a very deliberate attempt at this concept from renowned Elder Scrolls veterans Ted Peterson and Julian LaFay. Wayward Realms had a successful Kickstarter in 2024 and has all the features a Skyrim killer would need, with an even larger scope thanks to the use of procedural generation to help create its massive open world, and its Unreal Engine 5 graphics ensure it looks good enough that it could have mainstream appeal. The Wayward Realms doesn't exactly seem close to release, but it does tick every box an Elder Scrolls successor needs to, and at least proves there is real interest in the idea. And for contenders that aren't so far off, 2025 is meant to bring at least 2 more promising indie attempts. The World of Antera also had a successful Kickstarter, this time back in 2022, and has been called a pixel art Skyrim, featuring an interactive, non-linear living world. There are plenty of indie games that have found success by combining ambitious concepts with simpler graphics, and so the idea of using a low graphical fidelity to achieve some of the Elder Scrolls harder to replicate features does make sense. I'm less convinced about it actually achieving its stated 2025 release, however. But for a game that does seem likely to make it this year, in early access anyway, there is Ardenfall,
Why did you
a
use,
low-poly first-person take on the concept that takes clear inspiration from Morrowind and has had a playable demo for several years now. That said, this doesn't exactly feel like a lot of contenders. And the most obvious conclusion of this story is surely that making a Skyrim-like game
That guy looks
is
like he's
hard.
dual boxing.
All games face limitations on resources, and once those limits start being reached, how can a developer justify optional features or extra details over the more necessary pillars of gameplay and story? This is what happened with Avowed to cause it to change mid-development, and it probably happened with other games before it. Simulated worlds are complicated, and complete openness only works if there's enough optional content to justify such a high level of freedom. For indie games, this challenge becomes even greater, and the advantage brought by lower graphical fidelity is hardly enough to make creating something of comparable scale and scope to Skyrim achievable for most developers. It's a bit like trying to create an indie MMO. There are just some types of games that work better with a limited budget than others, and a Scrolls-like is not one of them. These are games where bigger is better, and everything can impact immersion. And even Bethesda has struggled with replicating these aspects in future titles. In the meantime, there's always Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which I didn't mention here, mostly because I covered it in my last video, but which is about as close as you can currently get to a AAA Skyrim killer. Kingdom Come might be more main story focused and lacks that Elder Scrolls level of freedom, but it still offers a simulated open world full of immersive systems, which are arguably even more immersive than that of Skyrim. I'm personally hoping the success of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 helps renew interest in more systemic-driven open worlds over the more dominant, copy-pasted checklists of the Ubisoft approach, but that is a hope, not a prediction. Otherwise, there's always the Oblivion remake, which has not been announced as of me recording this, but has been rumored since I started this video, and if those rumors are correct,
which one I'm on, but so now we do 2-3 dragon. So I'm gonna switch this up, and I'm gonna say we're doing airship keys. Now we're doing it's 2-3 dragon. 2-3 dragon. Done. Then we come here and we say FFXI, and we'll bomb out here. And I don't want any more title change or anything. There we go. And then what is it I'm doing? Ooh, it's 150K. $95, $59, $36, $23, $12, $261. Nice, and a wing edge. Nice. My gold didn't sell, which irks me. My gold should have sold. Or no, I just posted, didn't I? I just posted, so. More arms and torso, which I don't need, but I mean, I don't know. I think they sell, actually. I will stick this codex away because it is precious to me. Oh, yeah, all those beast coins. So, gonna check. Yeah, my other one is not red. Oh, Mateo. Nerusomu. Okay, so they might be doing that. I don't know. I have no idea. But, so we're gonna log. Get on the hardcore character. I will come Black Mage, White Mage, I guess. I don't know. But first, yeah, I think Black Mage, White Mage is actually the best. Well, no, sorry, it's White Mage. Oh, well, Thief, Black Mage? No. Well, my home point right now is Juno, right? Yeah, so if I wanted to get to Bastock, I think I can do that. No, I have to get to Bastock, so I have to buy a teleport dem. Thief. I don't know what it is I'm doing. I guess it's Thief White Mage is really kind of what I'm gonna do. Beetle Harness, a Tuck, a Maple Shield. All the mats I need to do stuff. Yup. I guess I can take a airship to Bastock. So, now we log up and I need to pull the airship quest for Godal and Port Juno. Godal is in Port Juno at the Kazam. Oh, no, wait, no. chocobo. Fucking so annoying. Okay, so I am on no current Bastock mission. I've done Fetichism. I'm on, so now I go to the next one. I don't know what the process is. I did Fetichism. Yeah, 1-3. Now I do the Crystal line, which is 2-1. Oh, I gotta go back to the fucking telepoint. It's tempting to go outside right now. It's so beautiful and warm. It was like cold until like 3 p.m. and now it's 4. And I've been walking every day and I kind of want to go out there and walk right now. I set up the stream and I went for like 3.5 hours. I could stop for like a couple of hours. 4:10. That's not loud enough. That's odd. None of those sold, huh? Alright. Oh, Rogano is good. Qfum's good too. Shit. Yeah, this return ring, it can really help. Do I own one of these? No, I guess I do, huh? I own one of those, huh? Is it in my Mog wardrobe? No, my trick stuff is, but my return ring. Oh, my battle gloves are in there, yeah, but I'm wearing them, right? Oh no, I need my battle gloves. Yeah, there are. I need to look at swords and all this stuff. But I will work on this. I bailed on them, and I think I'm gonna go, yeah, I will come back to this, but this will be something fun that I will do, but, I am going to log, unfortunately. Yeah, where am I on Eve, right? I am, oh yeah, it's offered but not taken, that's good. So, although I would like to take it, and accept, and go to Ardeen. Come on, damn it. So,
Autopilot engaged.
no, I'm gonna log out and I'm gonna not do this.
Active.
So, I am going to go for a walk, guys. It is 4:15 in the afternoon, and I believe I'm going to walk for a couple of hours here and stretch my body, and continue the exercise regimen that I've been on. It really didn't clear up until 3 p.m. So yeah, about an hour here later, I'm realizing that I've got to take the opportunity while it's here. Unfortunately, I am going to go out in the middle of this Sunday afternoon and enjoy it because I really have been looking out that door and I'm not going to miss it. I know I'm not. So I love you guys. Thank you so much. You've been watching Skycat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Come and click on the Twitch or the YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. Thank you to everybody who's been liking, sub, or following me. Thank you to all the come to click on the cat space to donate. It's a PayPal link. Many thousands of videos on my channel, but I'm going to go walking and get some sunshine and watch some videos and stuff and just, like go out there and listen to something. So I love you guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop this stream and pause this recording here, but I will be back here in about 2 hours around 6:15, 6:30-ish, something like that. Thank you so much for your time. I'll be back here to play some Final Fantasy later. Love you guys. Thank you. Bye. Hi guys, I'm back. I just got done walking, and got quite a lot of sun. I had to take the trash out and all this other stuff, and here I am. We're gonna go back up. Now you say Elder Scrolls, but that's not what I should see. I should see, yep, I should see Final Fantasy and Eve and FFXI. Yep. And now we go back out to go home. Starting to get a sunburn, so I came in. I was like, I can feel it on my face. It hurts. Okay. Jump.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so today, oops, my phone needs to plug in. I forgot about that. Yeah, for tomorrow when I walk. I've been thinking about like maybe starting to walk like twice a day. Go like an hour and a half in the morning and an hour and a half in the evening kind of thing. I'm thinking about it. Gonna reclaim my health. I'm gonna get down to the skinniest I've ever been in my life because I've never had this kind of freedom or time to do it. I've always had a job or a life or a girlfriend or a band or chasing something or doing something crazy. I've never just had the discipline to go exercise for like 3 hours a day. I've never had that. I've never had that my whole life. I did when I was a kid. When I was like, you know, they did stress physical exercise when I was a kid quite a lot until the 12th grade. But at that point, we just stopped doing it. I don't know why. So here we go. I was going to get on my alt. I want to do some other since I can't get a party going. Log. Doing this party. I'm going to go to my hardcore character. Bone hairpin. Cure 2. Banishga. Okay, now we go talk to the gate guard. God damn, I was thirsty. The sun will bleach it right out of you. I took my cell phone out on my controller and I walked on the road with it for 15 minutes and I realized that running GeForce Now was going to drain my internet cap too much, but it was fun there for a little bit. It's such a different world now. Oh, do I turn in Fetichism and the Crystal Line? Okay, the Crystal Line, which I guess I already donated crystals. While I'm here, I've got to go turn in my ninja. I guess I'm working on FFXI Hardcore. No, I don't want to put a title in it. Whatever. I don't care. I'm doing so many different things, it doesn't matter. Man, my computer's a lot better after the reformat. I needed to do that sooner. I will next time, like once a month.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Here's an eco bastock. Oops. Oops.
engaged. Walking to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I haven't done Eco Bastock in a long time. Feels good to do it. Get some XP this week.
Autopilot jumping.
I'll use it on Ninja. It'll pump me to like level 5 or something. I'll turn in Ninja and I'll use the memories for what is it?
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oops. Oops. No, that's old. That's Oldton. Oops. No. Where's this place at? I don't have flea.
Approaching Stargate.
Quite fun. I love Final Fantasy XI now. It needed the right execution, and it was fucking perfect. It still is my favorite game, and it's so good.